And that's what I told her. I was like, you can't just go to random funerals and start like dancing around like a court jester. It's just not the time or place. You know, you don't know those people. You can't just start freaking out and dancing around someone else's funeral. It's the time of it's just out of place, you know? And that's why I told. Hello everyone. I hope y'all can hear me. I have not done a live stream in probably a millennia. So we're going to hope and pray that you guys can hear me, and we're going to hope and pray you can see me. But I've been wanting to do this forever. I figured what time, YouTube stopped doing the YouTube rewind, someone's got to fill that void, and it's going to be me talking about my Minecraft my Minecraft ARGs. Okay, people can see me. That's been acknowledged. Can people hear me? Hello. I basically wanted to, we're coming to a close. I unfortunately will not be posting again in 2025. So if you thought I was going to somehow whip up a video in a month, you're sorely mistaken. Um, but I basically wanted to come on and do a little watch party of all my ARG videos from the past year, and talk about behind the scenes stuff. Can I turn up my mic volume? It's maxed out on here. I'll just come. We'll just do this. I'll be everyone's ASMR for the day. um, but I wanted to talk about my videos, the ARGs. I figured you guys can ask me questions and whatnot, and we can just have a good time doing a little watch party. Um, there's no ARG in this live stream, guys, like, so don't be looking out for like numbers or anything. There's definitely nothing to be worried about on that end of things. But yeah, it's basically just gonna be a good couple hours of watching my stuff. I usually hate watching my stuff in front of other people. I can't watch reaction videos. I just get too uncomfortable. So we'll see how this goes. Um, so we got to start with the classic. We got to start with everyone's favorite. Is it my favorite? Who knows? I don't pick favorites. They're like kids. Um, so we're going to start with the Consciousness ARG. This technically,
It's not normal for
this technically came out in 2024, but we're going to ignore that because part 2 came out this year, and we got to start with the original, and I never officially reacted to this. So with that in mind, we're going to watch this. Y'all got to remind me to do 2 things. One, every single video like is inspired by some TV show or movie I watch. So like remind me, someone asked me after each video what my inspiration was, because I want to talk about that. And then secondly, don't let me forget to like look at chat and like answer questions from people. Because, I this is the one time I actually get to talk to you guys. People think I'm face revealing right now because you guys never see me. So okay. Let's dive into this, boys.
an alpha Minecraft channel. It's not normal for an alpha Minecraft channel to suddenly go live, especially in the year 2024. So when I saw this live stream pop up on my feed, I knew it had to be something weird.
I'm already stopping the video. This is going to take forever. Basically, if you listen very quietly at every title card, you just hear me in the background whispering the title of the video, which is less apparent in the YouTube video than it is on TikTok. Okay, I'm seeing people turn down the volume. It's turned down. I had to re-edit the video for TikTok, so no one ever hears it except for people on TikTok. And I saw a lot of comments of people being like, "Why is he whispering in my ear right now?" And I was like, I don't know. But I'm gonna try not to pause the video too much, otherwise we're gonna be here all night.
When I joined, I was surprised to see an incredibly developed world with tons of buildings and gardens, but what immediately struck me as odd was why the players still had such bad tools. It was obvious that many months had been spent on this world, but yet they had no iron tools or iron armor. I think I caught the end of the stream because as I watched, I could see the player walk around their base, finish construction of a new house, and begin to wander further away from base in search of something. They traveled for a while before even finding any actual trees because their base just had countless empty ones, which is a bit unsettling, but it's most likely just because leaf decay wasn't added until Alpha 1.06 and the player... Oh, okay.
Fun fact, this whole like leaf decay thing, I saw a lot of people talking about like why. I know my voice is lower than the video. I can't turn it up anymore. It's maxed out. This was a genuine, it just was a random detail that if I was analyzing this ARG that, like, as if I didn't make it, I would have noticed this. And it was truly just the version I was using. And I was like, well, I'm going to point it out. And people were like, actually, it was just a random glitch in that snapshot. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to point it out, though. Talk about why the hell every tree in the vicinity of the area is floating. Yeah.
Maybe it is unsettling. The player then encounters a hole that goes surprisingly deep underground, and then this happens. And then the stream ends. This channel is called Consciousness, but I'm gonna call our player Con because consciousness is a mouthful, much like your mother. But the channel's description describes itself as an alpha Minecraft uploads channel, despite the fact that it only has one upload aside for the live streams, and majority of which don't even go public after they happen. So I turned on post notifications and watched the singular posted video in the meantime. It begins with Con messaging on a sign.
This is such a detail that I don't need to put out in the world. However, this, the voiceover is me, if you didn't know. I'm saying the words. To make it creepy, and I knew I was going to put filters on it, it is just me saying things with weird intonations. And I don't know what compelled me to do that. However, if you take that audio and pitch it back up, you will just hear me making a fool of myself. Like, I'm talking like this, and it is supposed to sound creepy. And it is I have to acknowledge it publicly before someone else notices this.
An interesting comment, but as someone who started their YouTube channel before I had parental permission to, I could relate. As the video continued, it showed what appeared to be the start of a new world, where Con is doing all of the typical starting activities, mining wood, making tools, going into caves. It's odd, Con appears to be incredibly opposed to entering any caves or underground areas at all. This could perhaps be because Con is a young child and is scared of those areas, or perhaps Con is partaking in a Minecraft but I can't touch the color gray challenge.
So dumb.
Either is possible. Con starts to mine out trees and even begins construction of a house. And the area around that house is very recognizably this.
For people that are saying to look at the chat, if you have specific question, like, I'll answer like questions afterwards. I think I'm just gonna like, otherwise we're gonna be stopping and playing this video all day, but I will answer them at the end, I promise.
Same area that we saw in that live stream, except this time with many more trees than we see prior. We see Con place down a sign and type first home, but then they delete it and say look closely, and then deletes that. The video then ends soon after. Here's what I had gathered so far. This was most likely a child due to the flower gardens and the seemingly being afraid of the dark. They are only given around 30 minutes.
Which is such a stretch. They must be a child because they made a flower garden and also didn't want to go in one cave that one time. I still am proud of this video. As much as I will pick on it, it's just funny to me. It is very funny to me to look back on the way I used to do stuff like
It's
this.
a day to play Minecraft, and they're not supposed to record it, but they are doing so secretly. But what really confused me was the text, "Look closely." I felt there was something here I was missing, and with nothing but time until the next live stream, I decided to recreate parts of the player's base the best I could on a different world, hoping it would potentially reveal something. Jesus, all I'm learning is this guy definitely builds like it's 2010, that's for sure.
Facts.
I also can't express how hard it is to build these off of like random frames from the live stream. Like, this is like my old build tutorials, just way off of like random frames from the live
6, 7. Okay,
stream. Like, this is like my old build tutorials, just way too fast, and it's hard to see what the hell I'm supposed to be building. I know this probably seems unnecessary for me to be building all of this, but you'd be wrong, because as I was going through my recording of the live stream, I caught a glimpse of something I hadn't noticed before. It was a sign, and I really only had 3 frames to go off of, but across these 3 frames, I'm pretty sure it said one word: trapped. Something bad was happening here. I just couldn't pinpoint any specifics or any concrete evidence as to what, but this sign alone confirmed my gut feeling that something was wrong, and if I didn't do anything about it, I wasn't sure anyone else would.
Dun, dun, dun.
I wouldn't get any more answers until the next day when I saw the channel go live again. It picked up exactly where it had left off, with Khan stuck in a hole and appearing to just look around for a way out. They see a 2x1 tunnel and decide to enter it facing backwards in order to keep looking at what limited light the hole offered them. However, the light is quickly lost, which makes Khan run back to the hole and build out the manual way. Interestingly enough, Khan doesn't go back to their base, and nor do they continue in the direction they were heading in the last stream. Khan heads to a house in a completely different region we haven't seen before. On their way, Khan finds what seems to be like a glitched dungeon and loots it. But this,
which was, again, 0 people could care. However, the one fun thing about making these ARGs the way I do, this random, what is it called? Dungeon, maybe, was completely, it just generated there. And there's been several times throughout the ARGs where I will encounter something in the world and it changes the story and or gives me an idea or something, and obviously this ends up becoming relevant.
House is what fascinates me. It's built for seemingly no reason, only surrounded.
Are y'all getting ads? Hold on a second. How do I turn that off? I can delay ads for 10 minutes. How do I turn it off? Y'all, I don't know how to live stream. I don't do this. Oh, Lord. Here, I'll just delay them from time to time if I have to. Okay.
By a singular tree stump. They enter the house and take a long look at this random staircase leading down. Khan stares at this hole for, I'm not kidding, 12 minutes, which was quite painstaking to sit through live. Oh my God. They do eventually come back and place a bucket that they had gotten from that dungeon in the chest upstairs, and then head to a room, take a pause, head back to the bucket quietly, and then leave the house. Now, this would be weird in and of itself, right? But then Khan does it 10 more times for the remainder of the live stream. Just over and over and over again. And it's only until that last run does the stream cut off once again at 30 minutes on the dot. I find this house and what Khan does in it to be very, very interesting, because it's almost like they're trying to rehearse something, like an escape, but it feels like a pretty big jump to assume that just from a Minecraft player leaving a house over and over. But this did worry me, and I began to take this whole situation just a bit more seriously.
Wow, I used some dramatic music in here.
The next day, I joined the stream late because I'm stupid. I missed what I assume was Khan leaving the house and running back to their base, all the while making some bizarre motions, if I do say so myself. They return to base, and as they do, they message on a sign that says, quote, "I'm glad you're watching." This kind of scared me beyond belief, just because looking at the viewer count, I was certainly the only one watching the stream, but the stream continues on with Khan walking around, placing torches, and then going to a sort of storage room and organizing some items. However, Khan seems to be sorting these items very, very weirdly, putting random items in specific slots and with random amounts. Khan appears to be partway through doing this when suddenly they turn to a different chest, pause, and then go AFK for a long period of time. When they do come back, Khan actually breaks the chest and watches the sunrise for the remainder of the stream. Except not quite. They actually, in the last couple seconds, try to run back to the storage room, but the stream ends suddenly at 30 minutes on the dot. I patiently awaited a live stream on Saturday, but one never happened, and while I was slightly worried, I instead decided to spend the time going through Friday's stream. So my recording obviously was missing that first portion of the stream, but I realized what Khan was trying to do when they were like flailing their character around. If you trace the crosshair, you can actually see letters, which ended up getting me D, and then an O, a W, and then another O. And your guy...
Here.
His guess is as good as...
This is actually, I'm spilling all my secrets here, but this is one of the things that I have been wanting to talk about forever, because people, I don't think anyone got this, which is so fair. Basically, the ending, this is the stream that is the volume for me low, or is the volume for the video low? I turned the video up. Basically, this is the stream that I caught the end of, and it was supposed to be DOWS, and I thought I spelled that. But basically, when I went to like trace the crosshair, that last letter was not an S. It like I could not read it as an S, and I was like, okay, well, I'm gonna be authentic to like I'm not gonna like push things. It happened, and we ride. So it was supposed to be Windows, but obviously I ended up with this, and that's kind of the, again, it's one of the weirdliest, that's not a word, it's one of the weirdest like fun things about ARGs, especially in Minecraft, is like things just keep on changing. I have never had a video start and end the way that I intended it, 100%.
Mine, I thought maybe it was scrambled, like the word wood, scrambled, but I'm really not sure. So I moved to this chest organization thing. I mean, the blocks that were used were incredibly random, and I tried to find like a common denominator of sorts between all of them, but nothing really came to mind. So I turned to the amount of each item. Khan was very specific about the number of each item, so I knew there had to be a meaning there. But the answer was right in front of my face the whole time. I mean, if we're assuming that this is a child making it, it's not going to be some complex puzzle or a cipher. It's going to be something easy for them to think of. Each number never exceeds 23, which most likely means these are just numbered versions of the alphabet.
And unironically, I mean, I love a classic alphabet cipher, but that was the hardest part about this ARG, was just trying to come up with puzzles or hidden codes that a child could think of. And I'm glad it went that way, because it really challenges you to think of like creative stuff. But I struggled so hard to figure out how this kid could communicate with the outside world in a way that makes sense for a kid to know how to do. And yeah, this is one of
I was able to get NANDCRAFT VICWS GMA. and that makes as much sense to you as it does to me. I did eventually realize that some of the letters make more sense as numbers. So for example, this A should actually be a 1 to spell Minecraft, and switching this C back to a 3 spells the word views. But what confused me was the GMA portion, because obviously it's cut off, but there's no words that start like that. Like, are we talking internet slang for grandma? Like, what? Like here, when I even Google it, you can oh, is it an email? The nice thing about Google is you don't need a password to check if an email is valid. And when I typed in the email, I could see that this was in fact the one that was connected to the YouTube channel.
And here we have the first of many Zach plot holes. I saw a lot of people talk about how the name is Khan, which is what I called Khan, which is so fucking stupid. God damn it. I was like, are you kidding me? I was like, all I had to do is type out the full. The thing is, you would think after making an ARG called Consciousness, I would learn by now the correct way to spell consciousness. That word has too many S's, too many vowels, and I'm dumb.
So Khan was trying to give me access to an email, but I didn't know why. Like, should I email it? If I do email it, what the hell do I say? And what was Khan trying to spell out at the start of the...
Dun, dun, dun.
Khan was live much later than they had ever been before, which was weird, but everything else seemed normal. For this stream, Khan spent most of their time just placing flowers in front of their houses, but Khan was also certainly the most talkative that I had ever seen them be in this stream. Writing on signs saying things like,
I love my house.
I love my
I
house.
like glass. He's watching TV right now, but I should still be careful. I wish my windows could reflect like real life.
there were a lot of these signs to the point where I don't have time to go through all of them, but the stream finally ends when Khan messages on a sign saying, quote, he's mad. And then the stream ends, but not at 30 minutes this time. For some reason, this stream ends at 25 minutes and 35 seconds. There's a lot to talk about here, so let's break this down little by little. There seems to be an obsession with glass or sand, as well as Khan really liking their houses. We also find out that whoever this, quote, he is watching TV at the time of the stream. This is the second time we get a mention of a he, which is interesting. All of this doesn't give me a ton to go on, so I loaded into my recreation of the world, which I had added to in between streams to see if anything struck me as odd. But the information was so vague, it was hard to know exactly what Khan was trying to say here. Okay, so the houses are important to them. I could have figured that. Sand and glass is so random. It's a pain in the butt for Khan to get. So why even bother with windows? And only on one side of the houses. Like, wait. Of course, duh. I'm literally blind. It's the windows.
I am not gonna lie. I know I'm also just me. And like, I find certain things so cringe when I'm saying them. However, I just wish I did this reveal differently. Like, if I fully rebuilt these houses, that is the most obvious. Like, what kind of windows are we rocking? So I think, yeah,
that's why they're so
should've...
weird. I thought he just sucked at building. Oh, and that's what he was spelling at the end. D-O-W. It's the end of window. God, I'm stupid.
Khan had reflected letters and numbers upside down, so that way I guess they would be a little less obvious, but upon reflecting them back, you could see that it was an address. I know it's a big jump to make, but my guess is Khan is trying to signal me to their address in order to help them, save them, whatever. The only thing holding me back from believing this is how on planet Earth Khan had access to a live stream to a specific channel, and why that was their only means of communication to the outside world. But I didn't dwell on that super long, because when I went to look at this address, unfortunately you get tons of places in various US states, from Kansas to Utah to Michigan, Arizona, all the way to Minnesota. Nearly every state in the US has a road titled Rock Road. I needed a way to narrow it down, so I scoured back through all the footage until I found something that helped. In the very first stream, the time was shown, Khan's time. So while for me, they go live at 11 a.m. every day, for them, it's 12.
Yeah, this was the one thing that I knew going into this live stream. Like, it was going to be fun for me. I do it more in the second episode, which we'll see. Like, the fact that it's live gives you so much to play with, where I don't know why the ARGs like leaking their addresses. It's kind of just it's easy stakes. I truly think I should have, if I could go back and do it, I would do the reveal a bit differently. But basically with the time, I just knew that I wanted to do something. Oh my god, the ads. How do I turn off the ads? This is hell. No, I didn't want to resume ads. Oh, here we go. I found it. Okay. I think I turned off ads, folks.
They were an hour.
What was I saying? Basically, the time thing, I knew I wanted to do a lot of that. I do it more in the second one, talking about the changing of time zones and whatnot. Because time zones are both the most confusing thing for no reason, but then also it gives you, with a live stream, when you know what time it is for them, it really narrows it down. And it was really fun to do, like, okay, we have Rock Road, but it's all the way here, and then we can narrow it down to this time zone, which brings us here, and just kind of slowly find the location.
Were ahead of me, putting them in Eastern Standard Time, which narrows it down a lot. Takes me from 50 states to about 22, which isn't as much as I'd like, but whatever. So I still needed to figure out which state in specific Khan was in, but by the time I could even figure that out, it was time for the next stream. Khan was not where they had left off last stream. Khan was now deep underground, which is very out of character for them, but had seemingly mined there themselves. Khan began to traverse the 2x1 tunnels that they were in, with only the occasional torch providing them light. Every time Khan would encounter a torch, they would exclusively face it, even if it meant walking backwards, which ended up taking a very, very long time, considering Khan refused to uncrouch the whole time. Eventually, Khan does escape and returns to their base, where they grab a sign and simply say, quote, "He was laughing at me." This is all before roaming around and picking flowers for the remainder of the stream. This stream was by far the most confusing for me because as much as I rewatched it, I truly could not really understand what was going on. We had never seen a jump in location like this. Each stream always picked up exactly where the previous had, and we can also hear our third reference to him, but this time he is laughing at Khan. But not much of this stream was humorous. I mean, unless you think gardening is an absolute hoot, then this stream was more unsettling than—
Unless you think gardening is an absolute hoot is such a crazy line to say. That's the one thing, as much as I have fun adding humor to my videos all the time, when I have such a serious, like a more dramatic video like this, it just, it takes me out of it so hard.
anything. With this stream especially, I felt like I had hit a wall. I mean, I couldn't do much more with the info I had except for one thing. I could send this email an email, but I knew if Khan barely had access to Minecraft, then it wasn't going to be them who ends up reading it, so I had to be very, very careful with what I decided to say in the email.
Dear player, due to your long-term participation in our game in Minecraft Alpha turning 15 years old this year, we would like to award you an in-game cape and a matching physical cape. You should already see your in-game cape in the Minecraft launcher menu, but to get your physical cape we will need your shipping information. You can check out the cape as well as provide the shipping information at the link below.
Okay, Hear me out. This channel was created in 2010, seemingly as a Minecraft Alpha review channel. So, someone was alive 14 years ago and playing and posting Minecraft. My money is it is whoever is keeping this kid trapped. And that link, it will snag the location of whoever ends up opening it. So all I need is for this person to open it and I will be home free. But for now, we wait.
Okay. This is fun to talk about. Once again, I script this stuff and so many things change throughout the process. And as much as I still think that this video has a lot of decisions that make it not that believable, one of the things I originally had it in the story that this person would click on this link and that's how I would find the address. And I was like, I was staring at it and I was like, how does it, like, you have to be real dumb to click on a link from that. And then secondly, I think later in the video, I show the email from the other person's end and it says my name. Like it just says Zachary or something. And I'm like, oh yeah, this guy named Zach reached out from Minecraft with this just super sketchy link. So I ended up rewriting it, doesn't click on the link. And then I am so glad I went the other route that I did to like find the address and whatnot. But yeah, that was almost the play.
Monday's stream was very important because it somehow finally had audio, and not game audio, microphone audio. It unfortunately just seemed very low quality and mostly hard to hear over the loud keyboard sounds, but just past that, I could hear what sounded like someone talking on the phone. It was hard to hear, but it sounded like a man's voice to me. And meanwhile, Khan is wandering around and cutting down some trees, and then they see the hole from the first stream. Khan makes their way over to it, and using some TNT that they had crafted earlier, decides to blow up the hole. And then this happens. This person is the one who made this hole, and it's probably the same person who's creating all the other weird changes that occurred between streams, and most importantly, this person is most likely the one keeping Khan here. Eventually, Khan makes their way back to the house by the tree stump and practices leaving it a couple times before the stream eventually ends. Now, this stream had a lot going on, but the stream that happened the next day was genuinely one of the most saddening things I've probably ever seen. Khan was once again not in the position that they logged off in. This time they were standing in front of a sign that said, "You're not going anywhere," while their house burned to the ground. They tried to put it out, but most of the fire had already destroyed the house. Defeatedly, they started to walk back towards their main base, taking one last look at what remained of that other house. But unfortunately, upon returning, they discovered that this same destruction also was on their main houses. This time, Khan...
As the person filming this with, like, no... Like, you're not in the story fully, you're just kind of like, I just have a list of stuff that I need to do. I was like sad burning everything down because y'all gotta remember in Minecraft Alpha whatever number there's no creative mode yet, so like everything I've built here I genuinely had to build in survival. Like there was no cheating, I had to do it from scratch, get all the tools. I did it 100% legit. So I am filming this because it's what happens next in the story. Also, if you're finding out right now that I make all my ARGs, surprise, it's been in every description and every video. But I'm having to burn all this down and I'm like, this is kind of sad. And I'm like, I'm not even in the video right now. This is terrible.
Made no effort to put out any of the fire. They simply walked around and watched as everything that they spent so long on burned to the ground. After a while, Khan does something I've never seen them do before, which is mine into the ground 3 blocks and cover up the hole. And this is how the stream remained for the remaining 30 minutes that were left of the stream. It's clear that Khan feels incredibly defeated. I mean, seeing all of their hard work get completely demolished for seemingly no reason would do the same to me. However, within the last 30 seconds of the live stream, this happened.
A cow mood. No, I'm kidding.
What I believe just occurred is Khan tricked whoever was watching them, leaving the computer entirely before their 30-minute time limit was up, meaning they could run back to the computer just in time to type whatever they wanted unsupervised. And I'm pretty sure what Khan had given me was the exact password I needed to get into the Gmail account.
So much dramatic buildup.
The first thing I checked was the YouTube channel. Specifically, I was looking to get any sort of specific location that would help me narrow down exactly where Khan was being held. I was able to go behind the scenes on the YouTube channel to see any unlisted or private videos, and to my surprise, I saw tons of privated YouTube videos from 2010 on the channel. They were over 14 years old at this point and looked to be seen.
And fun fact, all of these are very real videos. They're all unlisted. I filmed them. I think my Patreon members got access to them, had access to them. Because like I said, I had to fully do all this because there was no creative mode. I had to be legit for once.
Seemingly normal Minecraft review videos. I quickly switched to the live stream tab, where I was able to see a total of 21 live streams, all within the past month, seemingly done by Khan. I clicked on one, I got to see the beginnings of Khan building their house and exploring the world. They would occasionally write on signs asking if anyone was watching, but would eventually move on, seemingly knowing the answer. It broke my heart to go through these old streams and see Khan slowly focus less and less on exploring and building, and more just keeping to their base. But I still needed to figure out information about Khan's location. So I opened Google, went to the account settings, there was nothing to be found. So I went to the email, and I found a few things. Google, went to the account settings, there was
Fun fact, that's my birthday. That's not my birth year, but that's my birthday.
nothing to be found. So I went to the email, and I found a few things.
Just for
Firstly
me.
was my email, which was open, but had no response, which told me whoever opened it didn't exactly...
Yeah. Look at, oh God, I'm sorry. Like what? Oh yeah, totally legit email from Mojang from an email called Zacho.
was open, but had no response, which told me whoever opened it didn't exactly buy my story. There were a couple of sports news subscriptions, but none of them had any specific location info. I had scoured through most of the account and somehow couldn't find a single location or state.
How? How do you have a whole account and none of it has information about where you live?
I switched back over to YouTube, trying to find any information I missed over there.
Watch history. Dude, who clears their YouTube search history? Subscriptions, we have... Oh, wait, yes. Michigan State.
It suddenly all made sense, from the sports subscriptions to watching TV on Saturdays during the live streams. Even the password being Wolverine was from the Michigan Wolverines, the football team. I typed everything I had into Google Maps and immediately recognized what I saw. I had the right place. It was the house with the stump in front of it. This was it. I knew no one would ever believe my story about finding all this info out through a Minecraft live, but it was just enough information to leave an anonymous tip about a child who, after some quick research, I found out went missing in Lake Michigan a few months before the live stream started. I just hoped it was enough.
Guys, we did it. We saved him.
I found a police report a few days later. Apparently, the kidnapper had gotten away, but the child was found. The report contained a conversation between an official and Khan, who I learned was actually one Levi Goldings. The conversation went like this.
Hi there, Levi. I'm just going to ask you a few questions. Is that okay? Can Can you remember what happened when you were first taken? That's okay. Can you tell us anything about the man who took you? Anything about what he looked like, what he wore? That's incredibly helpful. How about where you kept him? Did it ever change? Did he ever move you?
He would always keep me in the basement. Dark, cold,
Dark and cold and gray.
I'm sure that was very scary. Can you remember any sounds or noises that stood out to you there?
I would hear crying sometimes. It was really scary.
That's okay. You've been incredibly helpful. You can go back to your family now.
Now, what I'm about to say isn't gonna sound great. I'm more than happy that Levi is back with his family, but something still felt wrong. A, I wanted to know how the kidnapper had gotten away, and B, a lot of things just didn't make sense to me still. When Levi was in the Minecraft house, he never went in the basement. So if that's all he ever knew, how could he have built a replica of the house so accurately when he was playing Minecraft? When we watched him practice escaping, it wasn't from a basement that he was being held in, it was from a bedroom of sorts. He could look out the window. And overall, the way Levi describes being treated doesn't exactly align with someone who was allowed to start playing Minecraft every day as a birthday treat. Oh my god. The birthday. Levi was born April 21st, 2015, but on that very first YouTube video, when the world was started, Levi said it was his birthday. That was July 2nd.
Everyone say it together.
There were 2 kids in the house.
Which I will talk about this more at the end when we talk about the whole thing. That line, I 100% wrote with the intention of it becoming a line. And it didn't really become I wanted to come up with a line like that because I had seen a TikTok from a different movie that I'll talk about later, of people referencing one line. I was like, I want to come up with a line like that. And then I made this video. It had success, but people vaguely talked about that line. And then when this video did numbers on TikTok recently, people were making the TikToks that I originally was inspired by from a different movie about my video, and that was the coolest full circle moment on the planet.
It's hard sometimes.
And if there's one thing about me, I'm gonna end an ARG on a sad ass note. Oh my god. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So that's obviously, my biggest ARG. I've seen so many questions. I've tried to answer a lot of them, but also like answering them in comments. Not everyone sees them. So if y'all got questions, feel free. I'm gonna ramble about it. But yes, someone already reminded me. Talk about the movie that inspired me. So I wrote this whole video based off of a movie called Missing. It's a movie that's like filmed entirely from like a MacBook or like a computer screen, and it has a line that people were talking about on TikTok. It was like, "Hey Siri," I need to not actually trigger my Siri. It's that, and then call 911. And if you've seen the movie, it's like a crazy moment because like, how do you even think of that? And I won't try to explain it. But it was 100% a cool moment when I watched the movie. I love people talking about it on TikTok, and I was like, I want to come up with a line that like sticks out, like a crazy twist that really sticks out to people. So yeah. This live stream will be public after it ends. So if you can't watch the whole thing now, that's fine. Why do you laugh like money? Do I have rich people laugh? Don't tell me that. It's gonna ruin my day. Do you have people in the background helping, or is it just me? It is 100% just me right now, pretty much. If you see another player in any of my ARGs, there's a chance that it's a friend or family member helping me. My sister helps me a lot. And if you hear a female voice in any of my ARGs, that's also my sister doing the voice acting. And then any male voice you hear is me with a whole lot of vocal filters. So pretty much everything's done by me, but if I really need help, I will get it. How did Khan get in the tunnel at the end? In the story, the person holding Khan, the man, he will mess with Khan by putting them in like dark tunnels and scary places. So it's presumed that it's one of those situations. But yeah. Trying to read any other questions. Where do you get all the sound effects and music? In this video, I was getting music from somewhere else that I don't use anymore, but now I use Epidemic Sound for everything. Did you buy the consciousness channel or did you edit the date to be different? Oh, because the dates are being old. That is all edited, believe it or not. I just made the YouTube channel, and every time I show it, I edit the dates and whatnot to fit the story. Oh Lord, how long do ARGs usually take from scripting, filming, and editing? So this video is actually so interesting to talk about because I made this ARG in like a month and a half, which I've not been able to do that. To be fair, I made this in last August, and I didn't have school at the time. And with school, I'm a college student. So with school going on, it takes a lot longer. So typically it takes me 2 to 3 months. This I did in like a month and a half. What editing software do I use? I use Premiere Pro. Is there a reason that the consciousness was chosen as the name? There is. Thank you. I mainly wanted it because I wanted the name of this project to be called Stream of Consciousness, and because it is this kid literally using this live stream as a stream of consciousness to like speak through to the world and speak his thoughts and what he's going through. I keep saying he. It ends up being a she. What am I doing? But basically, this kid is using this as that, so I just named it that. I don't think I regret it, but it is a very random name for sure. Is there a reason the email was named? It was called, what was it? Minecraftviews@gmail. The kidnapper originally was making Minecraft content, and I just thought it was kind of, a young, when you're making an email and you're a kid, you're just like very straightforward. And I was like, he's playing Minecraft and he wants views, Minecraft views. And I chatted to that. All right, I played with that. Do I talk to other ARG creators? I do. We bounce ideas around. Biggest inspirations? Zemeth. Period. End of sentence. If if you've been on an ARG kick and you haven't looked at Zemeth yet, go look at Zemeth's channel. I messed around with like vaguely ARG content years ago, and then I came back to it largely because I watched a Zemeth video and I was like, that was so cool. Yeah. Do I get anxious or scared before uploading ARGs? Absolutely. Every time. You would think I would learn to like get a little bit more confidence. No, every time. Every time. Is the email still up or did you delete it so no one can log in? That email that I show, and thank God I did this. I need you guys to know that when this video we just watched came out, I was getting an average of maybe 10,000 views, 20,000 views on each YouTube video. So I was not expecting, 5 million people to watch this video. So thank God the email I showed, I claimed it. I registered it. Never actually used this password. And the actual consciousness account, like YouTube channel that I made, it's under a completely different email. Like y'all, no one's getting in. Sorry. That's not a challenge, actually. Let me not say that. Okay, I'll keep answering questions. I'm gonna start a poll about what video to watch next. So let's see. We can do con part 2. We can do the video that came next, which was the 7th. It was the Astral SMP video. I forget the actual YouTube title. People on this server going missing. That one. Or we can watch Anomaly 11. And hopefully that poll will work. Okay. Do you regret any of the videos you've made or some of the decisions that were made in the videos? I don't regret any videos. I regret a lot of decisions, and I'm sure I'll talk about them as we watch. But basically, the only video that I don't regret, but I would do very differently is the murder mystery video, murder mystery that bled into real life, because that one's so complicated, and I love it. I love complicated murder mysteries, and so did a lot of people, but I would go about that video so differently. How did the kidnapper escape from the police? I maybe acknowledged this a little bit in the second part, but when you log into a Google account, it says, hey, someone logged in from over here. So in the story, basically, I logged in the account that gave kidnapper heads up that something was weird. And then they dipped out. Are you planning any ARGs right now? I am. Here's a hint. 5, 4, 3, 6, 7. Just kidding. I am planning an ARG, but you only get vague secrets. Did you have different endings while writing it before deciding to settle on the final ending? There was definitely like tweaks and differences. There was two kids in the house was always the original ending, for sure. The ending in the tunnel kind of became the way it was throughout making it. I came up with that line. What's the line? It's sometimes I don't know what's scarier, looking backward and seeing how far I've gotten, or looking forward and seeing nothing at all. I came up with that because I realized it's such a good analogy and like thing, both in Minecraft, you know, if you're in a dark space, you look backward, you have some reference point, otherwise you're in the darkness. But I'm also like, that's such a good metaphor for life. You either always think about what was and like think back on the good old days, but then you get sad because they were the good old days, or you just move forward and you have no idea what's going on and you're flying blind, but that's at least you're not, you know, dwelling on the past. So I really liked that line. What's your favorite ARG besides yours? Oh, lordy, that's hard. Thing is, I think I'm biased because I really like murder mysteries. I would say Matchbox is up there, which I'm pretty sure Weefy's made. Maybe not. I actually have no idea. And then I don't remember the name of it, but Zemeth's last video, which I don't remember the name of the ARG. I remember the last line, I dance, was so dope. What do you think of the searching for a world that doesn't exist keep being compared to the famous ARG? It's a fine comparison. It's going to happen. It is wild that people compare them because I feel like they're both Minecraft ARGs, but I feel like they're so different. Because they're doing completely different things. But it is funny to be when people are like, oh, this is like this consciousness video is giving searching for a world that doesn't exist. I'm like, it came out before it, and also what part of it are you comparing it to? Okay, what's the poll at? Oh, anomaly 11. That's impressive. Wow. Crazy. Okay, I will answer a couple more questions and then I'm going to switch over to anomaly 11, I guess. 2 months. Sorry. Okay. The world that hears you speak, please say the lore. The world that hears you speak was the first ARG I technically ever made, and at someday I will react to it. It'll be like a reacting to my first ever ARG video. Is part 2 of Consciousness out? Yes, part 2 is out. It's up on my page. It's very clear. I might watch it this live stream. When are you dropping the next video? Late January, early February. I don't know. This next ARG, you guys, I just finished my fall semester of college and I'm off for the next month and a half, which just means my next ARG is like 20 times the size of anything else. Because when I'm in school, I'm like, oh, let's really focus on the details, keep it small, keep it tight. And then I get out of school and I have time and I'm like, okay, what if it's massive? And then what if this happens? And just I go ham. Okay. Will there be a part 3 or was that it for the ARG that hears you speak? If I ever do a part 3 to my first ARG, it will be very far down the line and it'll be like, it'll be a sequel, but like it'll be very standalone, if that makes sense. It'll be pretty distinct. But it'll have like the lore of the original videos for those real fans. Are you planning on reacting I think you're saying any other ARGs, or will I just keep making my own? Until I graduate college, I'm going to focus on keep making my own, just because it's like I really enjoy it, and then also like I can ensure that I have a story that I'm gonna like covering. But if I ever find an ARG that I'm like, oh, this is so good, and it gives me ideas on how to cover it, I would cover someone else's ARG. So, and then this will be the last question. Do I plan on doing any other content besides ARGs? Something like Kill Switch or other stuff? Absolutely. I mean, for now, it's going to be ARGs for a while, but I'm hoping, if you don't know what Kill Switch is, scroll back at my content a little bit. It is like one step away from an ARG, and I'm planning on hopefully bringing Kill Switch back as an ARG series. I have ideas, so that's what I'll say for now. But 2 months. Anomaly 11. We're going out of order, but we are going to watch this and react to this one. This is my second to last video. This feels like a lifetime ago already. But basically, this video came out September time. I actually have no idea. But I'm trying to give you guys an idea of where I was at in life. I think I was on summer break. Ago, a world was uploaded to the Minecraft forum titled anomaly.o11, and this led to a player named Liam uploading 10 videos privately to his YouTube channel of him exploring this very world and seeing just how intrusive and disturbing this world could get. Liam loads into this sketchy download and is met with a book already in his inventory. It says, quote,
"More info will appear upon encountering an anomaly."
Interesting, but truly, other than this singular book, I have to acknowledge the shader, the found footage shaders. I wanted to try it out. I was like, oh, what about an ARG that uses like found footage shaders? And then everyone was like, the wobbling is making me want to die and throw up and jump out of a window. And I went, okay. Never doing it again. Noted. There is nothing else out of the ordinary for this world so far. And I know what you're thinking, if these YouTube videos are privated, how did you get access to them? Well, I mean, YouTube is already riddled with unsettling Minecraft found footage videos posted publicly to channels. Some, however, are unlisted, meaning you need the specific URL to find them, but completely privated YouTube videos require them to be shared with your specific YouTube account. I received a Discord message that didn't offer me a YouTube channel or link, but rather the login to a specific YouTube account that had received 10. One of my favorite, hold on, channel or link, but rather the login to a specific. People were talking about how like, oh, you can so easily read this and like whatever. And I'm just like, y'all know I'm not gonna put the actual info up here, right? Like I typed in gibberish for the first part of the email. I just censor it so that, you know, obvious reasons, but it's just so funny to me. People are like, I'm pretty sure you just leaked that guy's info. And I'm like, I guarantee you, YouTube account that had received 10 privated YouTube videos. I truly, in all my years, have never seen anything quite like this. User ShutterSteve12 wrote me and said,
I met this guy named Liam on a Minecraft forum where someone had posted a spooky world download titled Anomaly 11, and Liam had replied to it and said, somebody dare me to download it. So I responded and said, I dare you, but you have to go in and use a bunch of horror shader packs or something. And he agreed to. He started sharing recordings of himself playing it on YouTube, and I watched the first couple, but not gonna lie, I stopped watching. But after a while, I realized he hadn't responded to me in weeks, so I went and watched the rest of them, and it got really messed up.
Well, I'll be the judge of that. All right, so going back to this video, we can see that Liam is looking around, steals from a blacksmith, and then, whoa. Guys, they were right, this world is terrifying. Anyway, Liam just settles on building a little house for the night, and I mean, come on, guys. Are the Olympics nearby? This thing is great. Now, when nighttime finally does arrive, it is eerily quiet.
No mobs are spawning, despite the server appearing to be set to hard mode, and as Liam wanders around, he eventually comes across this weird thing, and when he gets to it, we can see that it's like a glitched out oak door. Liam checks his book, which has now been updated. It reads,
Anomaly.001 is a largely harmless anomaly. You will know it has entered your world if you find a half-generated oak door. Keep the door in its original position and do not touch the door.
Now, Liam has dug all around this door, and there really seems to be nothing else to do with it. I mean, except for the one thing that he's not allowed to do. What are you doing, Liam? Liam, don't do it.
Stop, Liam.
Liam.
Freaking idiot.
I'm not entirely sure what Liam was expecting there, but he's definitely not off to a great start.
Okay, people are saying the video's a little loud. I'm turning it down a little bit. I do want to add, it was so funny. I'm pretty sure Weefies at some point talked about in an interview or in a comment somewhere, I saw Weefies talk about like his latest video was like, what if there was a really smart ARG protagonist? This video was inspired by what if there's a really dumb ARG protagonist? Liam is smart sometimes and then just really dumb other times.
He logs back on to find that the door has now completely disappeared, which is beyond unsettling, but Liam just heads on back to his base and logs off. Okay, we need to address something. This book, suddenly having text it didn't have in it before on a completely single-player world is not normal. It can be done in theory via either command blocks or maybe a mod pack, but honestly, we don't entirely know what all Liam downloaded with this world, but my bigger worry here is that error message that he received when the game crashed. It said, quote, turn off your streaming/recording software as it may be impacting loading speeds.
I got so many comments of people saying that this is a legitimate error message. And I looked it up. There's a similar one. And I will say that I had no idea about that when I wrote this thing. So this technically is still sketchy. However, people were not far off that there is a very similar error like crash message. Also, people are asking when will I post the second part of this ARG. Someday.
This is not a thing. Minecraft should have no idea what other applications you are running. So while the Minecraft world itself seems to be very simple and like normal, I think there is a lot more going on outside of that. Now, this next video seems to be a small jump in time. Liam has set up some chickens and cows for some reason, and he explains to us that it, quote, doesn't let him eat anymore, which is very clear by his hunger bar, but he has a theory that he can maybe bypass this by eating cakes instead, since you just have to right-click them instead of holding them to eat. It works, and I cannot lie, this is such a big brain move, and I have so much more respect for Liam now. Liam also decides to make a map and label his base with a banner in order to better find it later on, but it's as he's expanding his map and loading it all, he discovers another banner marker that he did not add. Once again, should not be possible, as named banners only show up when you right-click a map with them. But this one's already here, and it's named Acadia, and I'm not sure what that means, but naturally, Liam decides to start heading there. And when he arrives there, he doesn't see a banner, leading him to dig downwards to try and find it, when he remembers to check his book, which has once again been updated. And it says, quote,
Anomaly.002 likes to watch, but does not enjoy being watched while watching. If you choose to dig down, ignore any sounds you may hear above you.
Lo and behold, a moment later, we can hear this.
Guys, that was so scary.
Eventually, though, Liam finds a chest which has a diamond axe inside of it. We get No comment on this from Liam, but he eventually builds his way back out of the hole and marks this place on his map and heads home. Now, let's talk about some of those sounds we were hearing before. Many of them just seem like pitched down Enderman noises among other mobs, but there's one sound that I want to point out that feels distinct to me. It's this. Now, I'm not entirely sure. So I've seen so many guesses of what this sound is. I don't think... I'm pretty sure I haven't seen anyone correctly guess where it's from. I've seen people correctly figure out what it's saying, and that is, "Hey, Liam." And I'll let you guys continue to try to figure it out. It's not womp womp, although I saw comments, people thinking it was womp womp, and that was the funniest thing ever. But it's "Hey, Liam" distorted. I'll let you dwell on where that comes from, and then at the end I'll tell you what it is from. Or what Minecraft mob that might be. It's hard to hear over all the other sounds, but if anyone knows or can tell, feel free to leave a comment. I feel like there's something here. Now, in this third video, Liam has barely been in the world 2 seconds before he realizes the book has already been updated. It says,
Anomaly.003 is able to travel at incredible speeds, but only when the player is in a bed. If you see it coming, immediately leave the bed and find a safer place to rest.
So, while it wasn't quite nighttime yet, Liam has decided to add some more windows to his little house, presumably to be able to get a better look at whatever this thing is when it starts coming. Now, I'm not saying I want this thing to get Liam. However, I do want to point out that we still have no idea what would happen if one of these anomalies were to get Liam. I mean, it's been very clear he has very little regard for listening to what the book says, so I'm very interested to see what's going to happen. And eventually it becomes nighttime and we see Liam get into bed and... Okay, some weird noises, but so far we haven't really seen anything. So Liam gets back in bed. All right, Liam has some fire reflexes because if you saw out the window there, something ran by. So Liam naturally goes outside to try and find it and goes to that area and does seem to find some sort of invisible entity thing. It actually damages Liam before he gives it a couple punches and then decides to go and move his bed somewhere safer, kind of blocks his way into a cavern area. And then this happens. However, despite that weirdness, we do discover that it is now morning. But once again, we have some very interesting audio tied to these anomalies. And this time, I want to focus on the sounds that we hear, especially right as it becomes morning. We can distinctly hear the sound of stone breaking, even though we see dirt breaking. And then for this other sound, it sounds close to like the punching noise from the game. And I thought about this for a while and I came up with a theory that felt like a stretch, but essentially in the older versions of Minecraft, every block had its own numbered IDs. So stone was 1, grass blocks were 2, dirt was 3, and so on. But what not many people know is there was technically a block assigned to 0. It was air. And if you assume that those sounds of like the punching is maybe meant to represent air, it gives us a bunch of 1s and 0s or binary. And the arrangement of this binary is also super telling. It's 4 sets of 8 digits separated by short portions of empty space. Now, this is distinctive of one thing. This is how IP addresses are made. So I think this thing literally leaked Liam's IP address via block sounds. And I don't know what compelled me to do this. I think this is one of the things that was like cooler in theory. I went on a deep dive basically about IP addresses. And I learned that they're like binary based and like and stuff like that, and like I learned how they're formed and all this stuff, and I was like, oh, I can do something with that. And I think it's cool. I think it's at least like a cool little puzzle that hasn't been done before.
But like watching it in this video now, I'm like, I don't know why the world would choose to leak an IP address like that, but hey, at least it's kind of fun. And I'm not going to show what it translates to for obvious reasons, but Liam needs to seriously focus up if this is where we're at and it's only anomaly 3 of 11. In this fourth video, Liam is truly just minding his own business when he realizes the book has been updated and it says, quote,
Anomaly.004's speed changes depending on the player's visibility. The lower the player's brightness, the slower it moves. However, it will become louder and sound closer by, and vice versa. It lives in the infinite mineshaft.
Liam then says that he had found a pretty big mineshaft down his cave system and leads us down the most narrow backrooms looking entrance I've ever seen into a mineshaft that does seem to be a bit weirdly generated. Now, these descriptions are painfully vague and we don't really know if this fun little detail. This infinite mineshaft, fully legit world. I didn't build any of this. If you know about repeating Minecraft seeds, they're a thing. There's just like stuff that regenerates and like repeats itself. And I found a seed that had an infinite mineshaft. I was like, that's kind of dope. And like obviously I added stuff later on. But it was when I saw it, I was like, oh, I used to be terrified of mine shafts when I was like playing Minecraft as a kid, and I was like, I think that's kind of a fun nod to that is like mine shafts are terrifying, and then just one that goes on forever is kind of a really cool not I guess set piece. I don't know what I'm trying to say, y'all. I'm just yapping. To be chasing Liam. We don't know what Liam's supposed to do down here. We just know that somewhere down here is this anomaly. And per usual, Liam decides to crank his brightness all the way up to max and start walking around getting ores. And after a bit, did you guys see that? Guys, did you see that? Did you see? Crank his brightness all the way up to max and start walking around getting ores. And after a bit, okay, so this video was what, my second to last or second to most recent. Y'all have been losing your mind over a couple things. Still, some people don't
Crank
see
his
it.
brightness all
I got
the way
a
up
lot of
to
comments
max and
about
start
it. Hold on.
walking around getting ores. And after a
This little guy right here. So in my recent ARG videos, I have been trying to leave stuff there, leave stuff on the table for y'all to figure out. Because I think it is fun for people. Some people just want to watch someone explain an ARG and they don't want to do an ounce of thinking. And that's fair. And you can still do that. However, I like leaving stuff as of late for you guys to find and figure out what that means. In this case, a lot more people saw it than I thought. And then people were like, what is this stupid idiot narrator? He included a whole scene, a whole moment that like people that he didn't even see. And I'm like, God, why can't you just be fun and like figure out the lore?
do end up hearing this.
Oh my God, I hate
So naturally, Liam goes to set his brightness.
if you listen to this video with headphones, you were probably 10 times more scared because I used the surround audio. And it's very uncomfy.
To the lowest it'll go, which really makes it hard to see. And that paired with some insane sounds that can now be heard, it is terrifying to watch. It honestly sounds like Chucky's sleep paralysis demon. And this demonic whispering leads Liam to say that he's just going to take off his headphones so he doesn't have to deal with it and can instead.
Taking headphones off, very smart. It's at the end of the day a video game, and sure, you don't know what the hell's going on, but so that's what I mean. Sometimes he's smart and sometimes he's stupid as hell. focus on finding his way back out of here. But once he does take off the headphones, sounds seem to change a little bit. At this point, you can build a house with all the bricks. I'd be shit. Eventually, Liam makes it out of... I love that joke so much. I came up with that joke and I was like, that's so good. That's the one time I will hype myself up. The cave and puts his headphones back on, and he's back to his usual dumb self saying, quote, well, that was not scary at all without sound. And he'd certainly be right, because without the sound, Liam has no idea that this world just said his literal name. I understand that this is not revolutionary for a horror map. There are countless out there that will simply use your gamer tag or other easily accessible things to spook you. But the difference is those games all have disclaimers saying they're going to do just that. And this world, just as a baseline, has been violating so many personal things without any indication it would be doing that. I went back to that user on Discord and asked for any further information this guy had on where the world came from, or even any info that he had on Liam. And as far as the world goes, all he had was a screenshot of the original blog post, which you guys have seen already at this point. But with Liam, this guy was able to give me his Discord, as well as a bunch of screenshots from their conversations around the time Liam was playing on the world. This user also mentioned that I might be able to find some info online about Liam, considering that Liam's dad was apparently in some sort of freak accident and died when Liam was younger, and maybe there was something in the news about that. But diving into these conversations, we can see that Liam appeared incredibly down and even excited to play on the world. He picked out the shader pack, and obviously I don't think he expected this world to turn out the way it did, but it definitely shows that he was doing all of this willingly. We can also see messages that seem to be right after he had just finished playing in the Infinite Mineshaft, and they go as follows.
Not gonna lie, whoever did make this world knows a thing or two about coding/mods. They had it tied to my brightness levels.
Whoa, really?
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if they ripped the code from one of those fancier horror maps, because aside from the sound, there's no actual entity or things, just weird sounds and some particle stuff.
Yeah, that's the vibe I get. Someone copied a bunch of other mods and tried to repost it as their own creepy map thing.
It's pretty fun though, gonna keep messing around with it.
And that's exactly what he did.
Anomaly .005 requires you to go to the world border. There is a creature outside the walls that needs to be put to rest. Build it a grave with a peony and log off. Do not check inside the grave upon return.
This is interesting. This is the first anomaly that more so just has a task for the player to complete rather than being attacked by something. Now, Liam starts to head to the world border, which, to be clear, is not nearly as far away as it should be on a typical world. And on the way, he finds himself a peony that he needs for this. And when we do finally arrive at the world border, Liam kind of looks through the wall for anything out of the ordinary. And we do see this sort of odd black silhouette behind one of the blocks, but it's hard to tell if it's actually something or just like a visual glitch. This might, I don't know if I'm 100% ruining everyone's immersion for any of my videos going forward. However, that, fun fact, is a armor stand wearing black dyed leather armor. Now you know. But Liam constructs this grave, digging a small hole beneath it and putting a sign down that says, "Rest in peace, anomaly.005. So he backs away and logs off the world, as he's supposed to. And when he logs back on, the flower is gone. So maybe he did it right? Now, Liam goes to leave, but we all know that Liam is way too nosy to get away with this. So he is smart and switches the world to land so he can go into spectator mode and get into that grave without breaking any blocks. And we see this. Dun dun dun.
Liam loads back in, is in survival as if he never switched in the first place, and even checks to see if that silhouette is still there, and it's not. I have no idea what this means, and Liam just heads home, and all he has to say about it is, quote, "It was a very interesting flower choice."
That was the takeaway?
Now, if you missed, I won't spoil like too much of the actual story because I do plan on making a sequel to this eventually. However, I never acknowledge why Liam said that was an interesting flower choice, and it may or may not be relevant going forward. A little bit relevant.
Liam looked inside the grave, then there seemed to be a very distorted Minecraft player with a specific skin. And as Liam showed us, that same skin was one loaded into his Minecraft launcher, and it was named Eric, which we have no idea who that is, but it seems to be another person or skin on this account. But at this point, I'm just glad that Liam is finally starting to see that this world has access to more stuff than it should. In no world can any Minecraft mod access the skins you have saved into the Minecraft launcher, unless you're actively loading them. And also with Liam casually switching into spectator mode, I at least feel better knowing that going forward, as this all gets weirder and more messed up, Liam has no issue just switching the game into creative like an actual rational person. Now, with this next video, Liam discovers two things. The first is that he is no longer able to sleep in a bed even when it's nighttime. It's similar to the food where he right clicks and nothing happens.
And the whole bed eating, like so much of this video, and I've saw people make these comments, and I'm so glad because this was one of my favorite details about this story is everything that this world is doing to Liam is just examples of like grief and like trauma. It's also debilitating in a game sense because like not being able to sleep, you're stuck at nighttime. Not being able to eat, you can't sprint, and like just very scary things in general, or puts the character in scary situations where they're in a dark place, can't run, all of that, but also not being able to eat normal food and eating cake. It's like a binge eating type deal. Not being able to sleep, a very insomnia type deal. All things that someone dealing with grief would have to deal with. And I was so proud of that when I came up with that like parallel. I thought of that and I literally was like, guys, I'm friggin' Shakespeare out here, like writing these stories.
And the second is that in the crafting menu, he notices that the compass on the left seems to be not quite right. It looks slightly darker in color. So he crafts a compass and channels his inner ballerina to find out which direction that it's pointing in. He also checks his book and finds that it says, quote,
Anomaly.006 resides at the location of the compass. Once you arrive, you must watch for any blocks that are moved out of place. If they are, put them back. But if any part of the block seems off, do not touch it.
So Liam obviously follows it all the way to what seems to be a small campfire. But other than that, there's not much here. And then that's when we see some things start to happen. First, just a log that gets moved off of a tree and onto the ground next to it, which Liam walks over and puts back. We then see the same happen with a piece of dirt, and then another log. However, this one does seem to look weirdly glitched. This goes on for a bit until suddenly that noise is weird more than scary, but Liam actually writes as he leaves, quote, "This is messed up." And that's the end of the video. Now I could go through and analyze this for you guys, but there's not a ton to analyze. So next video. Liam tells us that there, quote, hasn't been an update in so long, which is weird. This book has been chucking anomalies at us left and right. So out of sheer boredom, Liam goes back down to the quote-unquote infinite mineshaft. Mineshafts were always like the scariest part of Minecraft growing up, so I personally cannot relate to checking them out for fun, but you do you. Right when Liam gets there, he finds a sign that just has an arrow pointing in a direction. He checks his book to see if anything's been added, but nothing is there yet. So he follows the arrow and finds more that lead him to a door. This mineshaft is weirdly open, definitely not naturally generated, and if you were still doubting that it wasn't, you can see these weird blocks that are glitched or partially missing. Liam finally opens his book and reads, quote,
Anomaly.007 will do whatever it can to keep you in the room. Leave the room.
all right, he just has to escape. Should be easy, except for the fact that that door is now gone. And if you dig in the walls, we can see they're encased in bedrock. Liam looks.
I will say that I got so close to doing full escape room here and like would have some puzzles in this room to figure out. And I ended up going against it just because I was like, it doesn't fit the vibe of what this entity anomaly thing has been doing. Because I love escape rooms and they're already so ARG coded. But I figured it was kind of scarier if like he was just trapped in a room with Lord knows what. Someone says, why not boat tech? I think you're talking about boat glitching through the wall. One, Liam's stupid. And two, I think it can be reasonably assumed that there's more than one layer of bedrock there. We don't know, but
around the room for a bit for any info or gaps in the bedrock, but it doesn't seem to be much better on the ceiling. So Liam says, screw this, and switches to spectator again. But it doesn't work. Every time he tries, he just remains in survival mode. Liam then writes in chat, yeah, all right, that's fair. He then pulls a Library of Alexandria and burns the whole place to the ground. And afterwards, he looks around this room and finds a grave similar to the one he made prior, but this one is labeled Eric, the same name as the skin in the launcher was named. This seems to impact Liam quite a bit, obviously, and without saying anything, he just leaves the game. But before he's about to close the game, he loads back in and digs down into the grave. And then
freaking loved that moment. Moments like that happen. I need y'all to know that I spend hours is a bit dramatic, finding the music for them. Like I write those moments and whatever, but when I like have a really cool moment that I get so picky about the music for it. And there's been a couple times that I found like a 6 out of 10 on music and I just had to go with it. But yeah, I really like the music I found here. I was so proud of that moment when I put it together. There's a lot to unpack here. The use of this name once again confirms for me that this is another person who is important to Liam, either someone he lost like his dad or someone still alive who is clearly being threatened by this mod. Either way, I certainly support Liam's decision to leave the game and never touch all of this again, but if we've learned anything about Liam, he doesn't exactly know when to leave things alone, so naturally he logs on again to continue figuring out how this world does what it does. When we I'm pretty sure, are we on
come back
9?
to the videos, we are back at home base, and Liam says that he's been waiting for a new anomaly.
Yeah, we're on 9. Nope, 9 doesn't exist. We're on 8. Anomaly 8? I don't know. I'm going to keep the video playing. I'm just going to run to the bathroom really quick.
For ages and has been updating his map in the meantime, but
spoiler alert, I already know what happened, so I'm not missing anything.
very conveniently, he goes outside and immediately finds a massive hole in the terrain, and upon peering down, it seems to not actually go too deep. So he makes his way down using a water bucket, and of course, it's time to take a look at our lovely book.
Anomaly.008 requires you to recreate your surroundings in real life. It will know if anything is out of place. Do not receive any more than 3 knocks.
Yup. Is it finally setting in, Liam? Yeah, exactly. So Liam switches to creative mode for this, which surprisingly does work, and he starts constructing the room. Presumably mainly to see if this thing is bluffing its knowledge. And we can't see the room he's in, but he does seem to be pretty intentional with what he's placing, and he finishes up and then waits. We back. So Liam moves his desk to a different wall and Liam changes his bed just before telling us that he plans to report this world and that he has had his webcam covered this entire time. And then the video ends. This seemed to be where the videos ended. Liam finally realizes that this world is a messed up invasion of privacy and reported the blog post, presumably right off the internet, considering I can't find it anymore. Someone just asked if I used my room as a reference for Liam's. I'm gonna be so honest, guys. I made up that room as I went. When I was recording as Liam, I just put stuff that goes in a room. Didn't feel like there was anything here that would prompt Liam to go missing. He literally did the smart thing and stopped playing. But when I brought this up with Steve over here, he insisted that something was definitely wrong and asked if there was anything that I noticed in those first 8 videos. To which I responded, the first 8 implies that there are more than 8.
Got your ass.
There is.
God.
Turns out at this point, Liam came to Steve with all of his experiences, and Steve figured he was overreacting. After all, there are some crazy horror maps and games out there that have done similar things. And then Steve apparently bet Liam $20 that he couldn't get to the last anomaly. I mean, the things I'd do for 20 bucks, am I right? Anyway, given what happened, I guess Steve here felt a bit too guilty to share this up front, which is sketchy beyond belief, but he finally agreed to share one more video, claiming it's the only other. I'm so curious. I don't think I saw anyone comment about this, but I think this is the first, maybe second video where I discovered like textures and whatnot. And as you can see, there's this arguably atrocious little dot texture thing. I don't even know what it is originally. And like sometimes I like it, sometimes I don't. I'm not going to use this one specifically, but I'm surprised no one else finds it like vaguely distracting, but one that he has had access to.
Complain.
However, if we do some quick math here, we have only seen the first 8 anomalies at this point, and the video this guy just gave me is anomaly 10, meaning we are still missing anomalies 9 and 11. So it was still down to me to find those 2 eventually, but for now, let's watch this video. When Liam logs back on, he is just outside his house and has a very different inventory than before. He eventually checks his book, and while there's nothing for the 10th anomaly yet, we can at least read the 9th one. It says, quote,
Anomaly.009 lives alone in the trees. He would like to speak with you.
Which is too vague to really know what that means, but Liam starts walking around outside, just placing torches, I think just to hurry up and trigger whatever this 10th anomaly is. He's basically just trying to speed run through this whole thing, and eventually as he walks around, we can hear this.
Oh, I hate the blur on the captions. Why did I add that?
And now we've just hit a wall, essentially. There's no more videos that we can view to help. Before I let it keep going, people are asking questions, and I will answer as many as I can after. I'll wait till the video's done. I do want to say, as far as this segment, I specifically didn't caption myself all of it. And if you really listen to it, you can figure out what it's saying. And then also, like, the captions, the YouTube captions literally got it right. But a lot of what's being said, it's just classic kind of villain monologue vibes. But it definitely it alludes to what part 2 is going to reveal about the story. So I'm gonna be dumb and so rude and probably give a lot of vague answers, but I will give answers. Was finished solving this, so naturally I went back through the previous videos to see if there was anything I had missed, and one small thing stood out to me. When Liam is about to load into the game, before the 8th anomaly, the splash text reads /give at a hugs 1. Now, this is a real splash text from the game, but I always remembered it as 64. That's the joke, a full stack of hugs, and it turns out it is. This splash text was different for some reason, and as I went back further, I realized that it's not just this one. Several of the splash texts were wrong. 4 of a kind should have been 1 of a kind, and it's not 6% sugar, it's 1% sugar. And then the biggest kicker was 8.2 herbs and spices instead of 12 herbs and spices. How do you have 8.2 of a herb and or a spice? Anyway, if you take all of the swap numbers and put them in the order they appear, you get this. What it means, I have no idea, but some of the splash texts were correct or like accurate to the actual game. So if you add a little gap for all of those, you get this, which 2 numbers with decimal points, we're working with coordinates. But if you just plug these in, you get the middle of nowhere in Kazakhstan. But there are 3 other versions of this coordinate in the world, if you consider the negatives. And one of those was in a very convenient spot. Acadia National Park in Maine. I don't know what it means. I don't know who put the numbers there, but it is far from a coincidence. I love people being like, it's a reference to when the game said Acadia before. And I'm like, this is why I realized all those comments, I'm not gonna like spell it out 100%, but I'm like, okay, I maybe need to say things a little more clearly. Because as my gut is always to be like, oh, it's more fun as the viewer for y'all to figure it out. But then I also forget that some people are just on YouTube to like not think and just like watch something and have it told to them. So that's the one thing going into this next video that I'm trying to ride the line a bit better on, is like saying things verbatim in the video and connecting everything versus letting people figure it out. And I think what I've learned is like there's always going to be hidden stuff for people to figure out. So just know, even though I might explain things more, I won't explain things more. I just sound like a omnipotent like genie. I went back to talk to Steve to see if he had literally anything else to give me, and he insisted that he did not. He did, however, say he had a copy of the world download he could give me, which, like, do I look stupid to you? After everything I just saw happen, there's no way in hell that I am downloading this thing. So I did consider sorry, I just hit you guys. I did consider a version of this script where I downloaded the world and messed around on it. If you watched the Minecraft world that hears you speak video, Spectre. It's called Spectre. If you watched the Spectre videos, I did that where I go on the world and whatnot. So I thought about it. I will probably do stuff like that eventually because it is a very fun way to storytell and whatnot. But for this video, I decided not to. I politely declined, to which he said, quote, I mean, you already use a VPN. It should be pretty safe. I never told this guy that I use a VPN. I mean, of course, if I'm, for example, logging into a random person's Google account, I'm gonna make sure that they can't track my logon location or get any personal info off me. But the fact that he knew this meant he tried to find my location when I logged onto this Google account. When I look back at all those conversations, he had brought up Liam's dad dying to Liam before Liam ever actually revealed it in the videos. Obviously, Liam didn't catch this, but this user right here is clearly using the allure of this world to get access to people's stuff. But my thing is, clearly this guy isn't just trying to get like pure information off of people. Why would you go through all the work and process of making a creepy Minecraft world for someone to play on? No, I think this guy finds some messed up enjoyment out of creeping on and scaring the crap out of people like Liam. So I decided to play along. I told Stevie Poo here that I wouldn't download the world until I figured out what happened to Liam and the last anomaly, because I knew that if this guy probably had access to Liam's computer, he can probably get me the footage that Liam had been recording, but maybe something in there would be able to help me figure out what happened to Liam. And a little bit later, Steve said that he has magically found his way into Liam's Google account because he knew his Gmail. And he said he could share with me the final video, which just so happened to be uploaded 30 minutes before he sent it. Does this guy think I'm an idiot? Anyway, here is the video. This was so dramatic. Like, okay, pal. I don't know if anyone caught it. I definitely didn't make it super obvious, but if you look down at the bottom, you see Minecraft launch for a little bit, which is a fun detail. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. Did you hear that?
Hey, Liam.
That sounds familiar to me. So I will confirm it. That is unironically where the audio is from. Literally all the way back in Anomaly 2. People were, I'll answer more questions, but literally people were like, oh, is the door opening in Anomaly 1 like him opening a thing onto his computer? And that is 100% what is implied, at least. It's what's implied.
Hey, Liam, it's Dad. Just Wondering when you're getting out of practice today. I've got the car all packed up and ready to go, so I'll be ready for whenever you do get home. But tell Chris I say hi, and I'll see you in a bit.
I mean, come on. The first anomaly, he opens the door. The last anomaly ends with him opening a door. I'm telling you guys, I'm the modern Shakespeare. No, I'm kidding. No, I was this whole sequence turned out beyond what I could ever have hoped for. I was so proud of it. I'll talk about more at the end, but basically people were talking about the music. I picked out that music first and then wrote and choreographed essentially this whole sequence to that music. Because I don't have anyone to make music yet. And hey, if you want to make music for my videos, send me an email. But yeah. Deja vu. At this point, I just knew that I had to stop this guy from doing this to other people. This whole thing is not only pervasive, but also disgustingly personalized. And the thing is, I don't even think this guy is that smart. Even if he's doing this for his own enjoyment, there are smarter ways to get into someone's computer than getting them to log into a Google account. So from this video, I went to Steve and I told him I'd solved it, that I had found the person who made the world, and that, as a matter of fact, the guy had already been caught. And all of that information that I found out regarding the situation was in this little file right here. And that all he had to do was open it. Zip bomb. I got in contact with Liam a couple of days later, who said that after what I saw in that last video, everything had essentially just stopped happening. I guess Steve gets pretty bored pretty quickly and starts looking for new people to traumatize. But at least this Steve guy was out of commission from here on out. I still had questions for Liam, though, specifically about anomaly number 9 and why I was never able to find the video, to which Liam said there wasn't a 9th anomaly, that it skipped right to number 10. I brought up that thing in the trees, and I even sent him a screenshot of the book. But he tells me that he swears that that was not in the book when he was playing. Done. Hey, done. What? Done. Things are not adding up. The 9th anomaly, Liam's notes getting pulled up on the screen by themselves, even the forum page that seems to have never have existed. I ended up going back to that original Google account that started all of this to try to find anything helpful. And very conveniently, I found this folder. 9 videos, all uploaded within the last day, and when I watched them, Not again. God damn. I love this outro song. Alrighty, folks. There you go. Anomaly 11. Left on a cliffhanger. I will make a part 2 eventually. There's a lot there, a lot left to explore. We still don't know what happened with Anomaly 9. We don't know why the notes popped up. All those things. I have a very cool story planned and whatnot. But I think someone asked this earlier. I do get like bored or I lose motivation during projects. And it happens and you push through a little bit. And I truly I needed to work on some other projects first. So I obviously have posted since this. I'm working on a different idea now. And then maybe I'll come back to it. I don't know yet. But yeah, feel free to ask questions about this video. And I'll just yap about it. Someone said, who makes your thumbnail? I do everything. It takes a lot, but hey, it's fun, so I can't complain. Let's see. Wait, was this ARG based on a TV show or something? Fantastic question. I don't remember. Let me read my description. This was, I think, just inspired by SCP anomalies. I wanted to do my rendition. I know that the specific anomalies were based off of other things. So the block movement, where like the blocks would move, but if they looked off in some way, you got to leave them alone. That was inspired by not my neighbor. Is that what it's called? That's Not My Neighbor. So that was kind of inspired by that because I was on a little kick with that. So there wasn't as much of a direct inspiration for this one, but vaguely. Zach, one of the vids where you said you won't analyze it, the campfire part, did you leave it on purpose or did it really not have an explanation? So if you read, I'll see if I can pull them up. If you read some of these articles, no, where is it? Some of the articles that pop up here. So we've got Eric Halting was chopping wood when he accidentally hit his lower thigh. His son tried to help, but Eric bled out soon after in Acadia National Park. Father passed away on a camping trip with son gone wrong. Is reported that he was chopping wood. Husband and father, Eric Halting, accidentally struck his leg while camping with his son. His son tried to search for help, but his father bled out soon before help could arrive. So basically, that whole scene implies you hear the sound of a tree falling, obviously campfire, camping. It is essentially just trauma, bringing up Liam's trauma. So that was kind of the mentality with that one. Let's see. What other questions? I'm trying to think. This video was right after my murder mystery video, which was like so like complicated. And I was like, you know what? I just want to do a little nice tight story. And I was really, really proud of this story. Okay. Was the image of the father and son real? That was a stock image. Did Weefies take the whisper sounds for his newest video? I don't own whispering, and also we work on ARGs. Weefies made his latest, right? I'm pretty sure. We make our ARGs. It takes like ages beforehand. So like I had that in my story probably around the same time he wrote it into his. I doubt it. So do you make your own Minecraft skins or do you just find them? Some of them I make. Liam's I made. I mean, Liam's is literally like a jumbled mess of pixels, but I will take like public skin, or like I'll take skins from online and I'll modify them. If I fully copy a skin, I typically put it in the video description just because like it's the least I can do. But yeah. When he goes and that thing talks to him, it's not in the trees, so that can't be it, right? So yeah, Anomaly 10 is definitely different than Anomaly 9 that talks to him in the trees. I saw someone say that Anomaly 9 is the Lorax because it speaks for the trees, and I thought that was the funniest thing I've ever read. Can we get a new video on the murder mystery video that dives a bit deeper into each person? If we watch that today, which I'm hoping to watch as many as I can today, I'll start a poll actually. I'll dive into it now, but I probably won't make a video fully going ham. What video next? We can do con part 2. We can do murder project. That's the murder mystery. Or we can do, what else is a good one? We can do my latest, which was called Watchdog Protocol. Okay. There we go. What other questions? Zach, who plays all the anomalies? The final chase sequence is my younger sister. My younger sister played the anomalies. But all of the black anomalies, like the black shadow figures, all of those are either edited in, or I think before I said I used an armor stand for one of them, stuff like that. Which of my ARGs are my favorite? I can't pick. They're like my children, but Consciousness will always have a special place in my heart because it was my first one to do well, and I'm very proud of it. So yeah. Was the not being able to close or delete the files and the video, the phone call, you just pretending to close and delete it when you were hovering over it? And did you add the sound effect? Yes, that's exactly what I did. I just added the sound effect of it not working in post, which I'm pretty sure I used the wrong sound effect. People were clocking me in the description. They were like, that's not the Windows sound effect for that. And I was like, I don't know. Some YouTubers take a while to make part 2. Do you think this will kill hype? Part 2s are so hard because you don't want to make a part 2 so structured that new people can't get into it from part 2. So that's why if and when I do part 2s, it's going to be like very standalone things that you don't need to see the first one to like understand it. Okay, I will do more. I'll do 2 more questions and then let's see. I think we voted on Murder Project, which is impressive. I didn't think y'all would want that one. But basically, do I plan on doing more with this video? Yes, there will be a sequel eventually. Was the mineshaft entity an armor stand as well? How did I get it to move? That one was fully edited in. Here, before I click off this video, I'll show you guys, because a lot of people still didn't even see it. Where is that moment? Here, but here. Once he does take off the headphones, it's on 2 crazy end of the way is missing Liam. We don't know, and looking around getting ores. And after a bit, okay, we do bring us all the way up to max and start walking around getting ores. And after a bit, so that is 100% edited in post. it's a lot of tweaking, it's a lot of keyframing, it's a lot of just being a pain in the butt. But yeah, that is keyframing. So hey, the more you know. So okay, Murder Project has won. So let's get into it. I imagine a lot of people have not seen this one. So strap in and enjoy. I'll probably pause this one a decent bit to explain things because it's fun. This is probably like, I think it's still really strong story-wise, but I think this one's like the most fun mechanics-wise. I'm just going to play the video.
Murder mysteries have long been one of the most popular mini-games associated with Minecraft, with countless versions of them found all across the internet. And in my search for a new ARG to cover, I came across this channel, which offered a new take on the murder mystery genre and even boasted that no one would be able to fully solve the story. Okay, challenge accepted. But imagine my shock when I discovered that the project had been left unfinished due to one of the players getting into a terrible accident. And the further I dug, the more I felt something wasn't right. So I became way too determined to find out not only who the killer was in the game, but also in real life. This is the Murder Project.
I love a title card. I love a title card. I will use them whenever I can.
When we look at the first video, we are immediately thrust into a conversation between someone whose name in this experiment seems to just be Player 2, and we seem to be watching from the POV of Player 1. The conversation goes,
Do you want to share what your role is? Not if you don't know all. That's so fair. Okay, well, I'm gonna go talk to other people.
I've got no idea what they mean by roles, but Player 1 writes to just us viewers, quote,
I don't trust her. I'm calling it now, she's evil.
It was at this point I decided to go back to the channel and try to get some context. There was a link tree, and upon clicking on it, I found a master document that has the names, locations, and jobs of every person participating in this experiment. And I'm blurring most of it because I don't know if these are real people, but so far we've seen Player 1, Otto, talk with Player 2, Ava. I'm gonna call these two the palindromies because both their names are palindromes and like homies. Okay, moving on. We get one more conversation in this first video. It's between Player 7 and...
Real quick, I would love to know y'all's takes on third-person camera mod in ARGs. It's been done in a couple. Obviously here I just use it as like an offhanded like security camera type vibe. Does it take you out of the ARG? Do you prefer just the POV and whatnot? Because I go back and forth on it all the time. So I'm just very, very curious as to what viewers like or don't like. Because I've used so much third-person camera mod. It's not even funny.
And 3. Now, Player 3 asks,
What's your role?
And Player 7 responds,
I feel like I shouldn't say it yet.
These two actually decide to make a truce, one that I'm going to name the 21-year-old Alliance, because according to that document, they both happen to be 21. All right, with that out of the way, here's where the puzzle really begins. I'll let you watch it.
There is a murderer. There is a poisoner. Both confirmed. Poisoner chooses a player's info to be wrong. The murderer kills a player. Good players learn their info. Bad players are given a fake good roll.
So this project is basically testing if a random group of players who don't know each other are able to figure out who the bad guys are with zero prior knowledge. It's like a game of cracked up mafia or werewolf, except if you look at this form on the link tree, we can see that the game itself is a combination lock where we have to figure out every person's role in order to progress to the next part of this ARG. I'm starting to see why they assumed no one was going to be able to solve this story. The only thing that we know for 100% in this game is that there are two bad players, a poisoner and a murderer. The murderer, spoiler alert, murders, and the poisoner makes someone's information wrong, but they don't know. What information? Well, let's take a look. It's announced to us that player 2 has been murdered, so rest in peace to one half of the palindromies. However, player 2 apparently isn't removed from the experiment quite yet. We see player 3, one of the 21-year-old guys, decides to confide with the recently deceased some important information. His role. He tells player 2 that he is the doctor, which is when this pop-up happens.
Okay, I'm sure I'll explain it, but I want to talk about this because this video was heavily inspired by, I mean, obviously people are talking about in the chat. I see people talking about werewolf. I see people talking about mafia. But technically this video was inspired by Blood on the Clock Tower, which if you haven't checked out, it is just a cracked up version of werewolf. And I think actually the doctor is probably the one role that is like the most original, and I didn't just steal from Blood on the Clock Tower. But basically they get to pick a person and they're told whether or not that person has been poisoned that day. However, the poisoner themselves will always test positive for poison. So
This role is the saving grace for the good team. It is the only way that players can find out if they have been poisoned. You remember that thing where your role stops working but you have no idea? Yeah, that. So the doctor picks a person every night to test, and if they're positive, then their role isn't working that day, and if they're negative for poison, then they're all good. But this comes with a downside. When someone is positive for poison, it could either be true and that person has wrong info, false and the doctor themselves is now poisoned, or the person tested is just the poisoner themselves because the poisoner will always test positive. I should be discouraged by how complicated this is, but Mama didn't raise a quitter. She just raised a stubborn guy who tries to solve niche internet mysteries. So player 3, the doctor, checked player 2 for poison and it tested positive. And while this is all great info, like I say, none of it's concrete because there's even a world where our doctor here is lying out of his cheeks and is evil himself. But now we cut over to player 7 and player 4 has come by to visit. They chat and we see player 7 say,
What are you?
and player 4 responds,
I don't want to say, but I'm not that great of a role.
But player 7 decides to just come out with their role, which is the villager, who has 0 ability. So while that's a bit boring for him, it at least makes it easier on my mind to remember all of these roles. Player 7 sharing this gives player 4 enough trust to share a little bit more info. He says, quote,
It also sucks because you were protected last night.
and player 7 asks, what role does that? And 4 says, the Guardian.
So basically, when I was going into writing all of this, I was like, okay, I got to keep it as easy to like keep track of as possible, because I know some people were saying that they literally were like writing notes as they watch this video, which is amazing. I love that. But I didn't want that to be required. So I threw in a character called the Villager who gets to do nothing, which would be so lame. I would be so mad if I got given that role. And then obviously the Guardian, who like protects a player from the murder every night. Yeah.
They both have a good laugh about how 4 protected the one useless character, but all I'm thinking about at this point is just that this doesn't confirm anything. 4 can claim they protected someone all they want, but unless no one dies in the night, we just don't know for sure. Shoot, I protected your mom last night. You got no proof that I didn't. And
Sometimes I record all of these voice lines in like one sitting a lot of the time, or like all the voiceover. And sometimes I just am so tired. I'm pretty sure that wasn't originally on the script. I think I just came up with that as I was going, and I never cut it, and people thought it was funny, so I guess that's a win.
anyway, 4 tells 7 they're gonna go tell one other person they're the Guardian. This feels like a random fact, but just remember it for later. And then this is basically it for useful conversations. We see player 3 try to hide the fact that he's the doctor to player 5, so instead says, quote, I won't confirm that I'm the doctor, but if I were, no, I didn't check you. Terrible lying. So then in the video, this sort of console appears, and it seems like the public chat has opened. And now these 7 randos have to figure out if they want to execute someone that they think is evil or skip and just go into the next day. Well, I guess not 7, Hashtag justice for player 2.
Player 7 comes out and tells everyone that they're the villager still, and people sort of joke about killing him just because he is useless, but they end up deciding not to execute anyway. This, like, console chat thing is one of the things, I think someone earlier was like, do you regret any videos? And I don't regret this video. I would do so many things differently. And I think the way Weefees did it in his murder mystery video, where he like recreated it and had people like voice act the lines. So smart. Oh my Lord. I was like, damn, I wish I thought of that. Cause like all of this dialogue I wrote is like kind of, some of it's funny, like it's engaging stuff. So like I should have had gotten a bunch of voice actors to do it. And I think that would have helped with clarity in this video. It would have been a lot easier to follow, I think. But here's what's interesting, because at the last minute, we see player 6 blurt out, quote, "If you're the doctor, check me tonight." And before anyone can react, the video ends. So let's take a step back, because one person has already died to the murderer and another is about to. And with most games like this, you can typically assume that the players killed by the murderer are good players, and thus we can trust their roles. But I realized that on the first night, it never actually said that the bad players knew who each other were. So I wanted to confirm and see if this was the case, and I left a comment under one of the YouTube videos asking about just this. The channel responded and said, quote, "The evil players are not informed of who each other are." So every person killed by the murderer could just be lying about their role and actually be the evil poisoner, including player 2, which, did we ever even find out what she was claiming her role was? God damn it. I fully, in the actual ARG, player 2 did claim a role, and I cut it. I was like, this video is too complicated. We're cutting that. So if you go to the original ARG, you'll see that player 2 claims the role of the informant. And the informant, basically, if you die at night, you're told 2 players, and one of them is the demon. Or I said the demon. That's Blood on the Clock Tower. Oh yeah. One of them's the murderer, which is, it's once again, it's the same role as one of the other things. But I cut it. It's not relevant to the story. I just wanted to simplify it the best I could. All right, folks, here is where the drama really starts, because it is announced to us that no one has died. Now, we find out that this can happen for 2 reasons. Either the Guardian protected the person who was set to die, or the murderer accidentally got poisoned by the poisoner. But the spicy part happens when player 4, who is claiming Guardian, goes to visit player 1. Now, player 4 writes a full MLA format essay here, but allow me to kindly summarize it all for you. So it turns out player 4 had this master plan to tell one person and one person only that he is the Guardian, and then protect himself the following night. And if no one dies, odds are the person he told probably tried to get an easy kill on him and remove one of the best roles from the game. And if you recall, that person was player 7, who he did tell 7 he was going to tell other people, so maybe player 7 felt comfortable enough. I think I could have explained this more simply. Basically, the idea here is, and this is a great strategy if you're ever playing Werewolf or Mafia or any social deduction game, is if you're a good role, you go up, you tell one person, and you go, "Hey, I'm this really good thing that like the bad guy probably wants to kill." And then you tell them, "Oh, I'm going to tell a lot of people. Like, I'm going to tell other people this." Yeah, totally. And then they go, "Oh, well, I want you dead, and you told a bunch of people. You won't know which of the people you told is the bad guy." And then you kind of bait them into doing something. So that's what I was trying to convey here. And again, I love a complicated murder mystery, but not everyone. I get that. To then try to target him. So player 4 just gave player 1 all of this info, and since they seem to trust each other, player 1 decides to tell 4 that they are the nurse. Now, the nurse essentially just learns who the doctor is on the first night, so based on this, player 4 asks who the doctor is. But player 1 says in way too many words they don't trust player 4 enough yet to give out that information. Player 5 goes to visit player 3, and if you remember, player 3 is claiming the doctor, and 5 actually asked to be tested last night, but player 3 says they actually checked player 6 for poison because they asked him to super last minute, and this makes player 5 so mad because now she doesn't know if the information she got last night is 100% correct. So 5 and 3 have gone from best friends to near enemies, considering that it is a very weird decision as the doctor to test someone who you don't know what their role is. But let's find out another role, shall we? Our quote-unquote doctor goes to visit player 6 and is basically like, hey, I went out on a huge limb for you and I tested you, tell me who you are. And player 6 obliges and says, the Undertaker. Player 6 wanted to confirm that they weren't poisoned because odds are the group is going to execute someone today, and she wants to get concrete, correct info about that person's role, and it turns out that she will. So basically, this Undertaker role, whoever the group decides to kill, this Jess here will get told what they are, and she wants to know whether it's right or wrong. So that's why the doctor is like arguably like the most powerful person in this game, if you can trust them, which we will learn very quickly we probably cannot. But yeah, because she tested negative for poison according to the doctor. She says that she's going to come out with all of her info today and will probably die in the night, considering it's a pretty good role, but she'll have time to communicate what role is told to her the next day. And when the public chat opens, she does just that. So now everyone knows that if the doctor isn't lying and she isn't lying, that they will get the correct role of whoever dies tonight. Player 1 asks player 6 who the doctor is, and 6 says that she doesn't want to out them. But this is really weird because player 1, if you remember, is claiming the nurse, so they should already know who the doctor is. And player 4 knows this, but instead of calling it out, he calls out player 7 about that whole master plan I explained earlier and how he's the only one who knew he was the guard. See, all of this stuff would make I wish I did voice actors and recreated it, because it's literally just people being like, it's player 4 acting all cocky. He's like, so I went to player 7 early and I told him I was the guardian, which I am. I told no one else this information, but I told him I was going to tell other people. But actually, he was the only one who knew. So last night, I protected myself, and lo and behold, no one died. And like, it would have been so much more fun if I had that actually like written out and recreated. But hey, noted for next time. Guardian. Player 7 defends himself and brings up what I talked about before with like the poisoner accidentally poisoning the murderer, and then also mentions that maybe the murderer just happened to pick the protected person. The group argues for a bit and then decides it's a bit weird that the Guardian, quote unquote, wants to kill player 7 based off of so little evidence, and at the very worst, the Undertaker will find out the truth if player 4 is actually the Guardian through her ability. So they execute player 4. All right, I need a break from this whole game mess, so let's take a deeper dive into this link tree listed on the channel, because there's a lot hidden in here. First is on that master document you may have on the channel, because there's fun detail is when I made this little pop-up, I labeled it dumb link tree. There's a lot hidden in here. But I felt compelled. First is on that master document. You may have noticed that there are 2 links available to us. The first is this Twitter page, where the only public tweet is this image. I love ARGs so much. Anyway, the other and fun fact, image. This GIF is unironically just a GIF someone sent in my Discord server, and I was laughing my ass off at it. And I was like, I'm gonna work this into an ARG just for fun, just truly as a bit. And I have no regrets.
I love ARGs so much. Anyway, the other important thing here is that player 2 appears to be the one who passed away during the process of this project. Her name is Ava, and among the information about her is a phone number, which when you call it, you get this voicemail.
You've reached the Ava Shroud. I can't come to the phone right now because I'm busy living my best life. So just leave me a message.
This feels pretty random for them to give us access to. Why let us call this number at all? Well, if you happen to be paying really close attention, in that voicemail, it says that Ava's last name is Shroud, and that Twitter handle is @AutoShroud. These two aren't just palindromies, they're actually related, it seems. So, and I almost did that sibling reveal. I almost did that sibling reveal like way later in the video, and like kept it as like oh, if you were really paying attention to Otto's handle, you would know already. And then I was like, nah, I think this video is, there's like some reveals that happen later on, but I was like, that doesn't have to be one. So this document claiming that it's, quote, a group of random people is a lie. And the more I look at it, the more it doesn't feel random at all. I mean, if also someone asked, do you actually get that voicemail? Originally, there was a phone number linked, and yes, you would get that voicemail. However, I had to remove that phone number because all the calls were coming in. And I was like, I need this to stop. If you map out everyone's ages, it's all within a 4-year age range. I think these people actually do know each other, but since no one's gamer tags are actually shown, they have no idea that they do. And that brings me to this last link on the link tree. It's an image of like a Minecraft house as well as a code. Now there's missing digits, but it seems to be an IP address for a Minecraft server. So if we can figure these out, we can find out what's on this mysterious Minecraft server. But for now, let's move on to the next video. Nighttime. Yeah, so this is the biggest thing that like the order of operations made it so weird. I don't think people, basically the doctor had to check the Undertaker for poison the day before because the Undertaker goes first because they just executed someone. They executed player 4 and then immediately Undertaker. So it's niche stuff like this that I'm sure no one would actually pay attention to, but for me, I had to make sure it all was consistent and it all made sense. Good morning. Welcome to the final day. We are told that player 5 has died in the night. Now, we still at this point don't entirely know what player 5's role is. We know that they've been trying to get some accurate information through the doctor, but at this point, they have a limited amount of time to share all their information. So player 5 goes to talk to the nurse or player 1 and explains all that stuff that happened with the doctor and him being a bit weird with his checking. Player 1 immediately is like, hey, I'm the nurse, so I know who the doctor is. And they decide that they are going to each write who they think the doctor is in their own books and then swap at the same time to then find out whose information is right and what's going on. So player 5 writes down player 3 as the doctor and they swap books, and turns out player 1 was told that there is no doctor in play.
Finally, thank God.
This is huge information. And another piece of advice, if you're ever playing a murder mystery game like this, you never want to double claim. Ugh, you're screwed. 2 people claiming the same role means one of you's lying, and that's too much information. This is me giving advice on how to get away with murder, I think. Because we finally have a direct contradictory claim, which means either the doctor is lying or the nurse is lying. One of them has to be evil. Now, whether they're the murderer or just the poisoner throwing things off, who knows? But to figure the rest of this out, I need to know player 5's role. And perfect timing, because Thea here is about to share with the class that she is the neighbor. The neighbor essentially works where every night you are told how many alive neighbors are evil. And I'll do you a favor and explain this to you in a more interesting way than reading it from a book like I did. So all of these houses are in a circle, which means every person has 2 neighbors, one on either side. Now, each night you find out of the 2 alive neighbors, how many are evil. So let's go through the information that she got night by night. Night 1, her neighbors were player 2 and player 3, and she received a 1, meaning that one of the 2 are evil. Now, by night 2, one of her neighbors had already died. It was player 2, so her new alive neighbors were still player 3 and then also now player 1. And she claims she still received a 1, meaning that one of her alive neighbors was evil. And her neighbors have been the same ever since, and she's saying she got a 1 every single time. So this, assuming it's all true, either means that player 3 is evil and that's why it stayed a 1, or both player 2 and player 1 are evil, which is why it would stay a 1 even though the neighbors had changed. Or there's a poison that's somewhere in there and that messes everything up, but I don't want to talk about it.
And I'm going to talk about it because you guys are stuck in this live stream with me. So that's like the simple breakdown. You know, you get a 1 of these 2 is evil night 1, and then this person dies, so one of these 2 is evil night 2. That's so easy and nice. But if there's a poisoner in the game, then maybe the first night was you know, legit, one of these 2. This person's evil, they die. And then night 2, you're poisoned. And then you get a 1 between one of these 2, when actually it's neither. This guy's been good, this person died, and this person's good. So there's so many other worlds that are totally valid, but we're gonna ignore them because this has to be a 30-minute YouTube video.
Player 1 are evil. Poison doctor, which, if it's not clear by now, anytime I use anyone's role, I'm using massive air quotes above it. But the doctor goes to visit the Undertaker to see what she found out last night, and she was told apparently that player 4 was indeed the Guardian, and the 2 decide that this incriminates player 7 because that's who the Guardian thought it was. And then the public chat opens, and it is a mess. We have the Undertaker talking about it being player 7 because the Guardian seemed to be not lying. And then we have the nurse calling out the doctor because he was told there wasn't a doctor. So then the doctor starts fighting back, saying the nurse must be evil, and it is just pure pandemonium until player 7 makes a point that is so stupid that it's actually genius. Player 7 suggests that they don't vote anyone out today. Now, let me explain. So there's 4 people left alive, which means if they execute someone and they're wrong, then it's 3 people left, and the murderer kills someone that night, and since there's no Guardian left, the murderer will win because it's 1 murderer and 1 good guy. So if they skip the executing tonight, the murderer will kill a good guy, and then instead of picking between 4 people, they can pick from 3 people, which is slightly better odds. And while the group isn't happy about it, they decide to do just that. But unfortunately, this is where the project gets cut off. And as we know, this was already hard to solve when it was supposed to be completed, let alone an incomplete puzzle, but I'm still determined to figure this out. So I left a comment on that community post basically being like, are you able to tell us who the murderer killed in that final night? Now, while I waited for a response, I turned my attention back to this image and the server IP that it had. Now, if I'm one thing, I am impatient. And if I'm 2 things, I'm impatient and a cheater. So while I don't think I was supposed to figure out this IP yet, I did some research into how server IPs work. This first half before the colon is actually the literal IP address of the server, but this second half is called the port number. Now, Minecraft's default port number is 25565, and most servers will have some number that is close to this. So while I can't reasonably guess what this number is, I can almost guarantee that this number is a 2. And you're probably like, oh, great job, Zach, only 5 more digits to figure out. Well, I was like, oh, what if every asterisk was replacing a 2? And I'm not kidding, it worked. When I first logged on, I thought I just had a random person's Minecraft server. It just looked like an SMP. But then I found this house, which exactly matches the one in the picture. I was in the right place. Probably the stupidest way I've ever solved a puzzle, but it worked. So,
and honestly, that's the theme of this whole video is so many ARGs are solved via brute forcing. And I don't think up until this video I had ever brute forced a puzzle. And I was like, well, I think now's the time. So I think I had
this server,
I originally had a different way that I got to the server, and I rearranged it in the story quite a lot. But yeah, and also everyone that's asking to leave my basement, you know I can't let that happen. So I'll be down with food in a bit.
forces everyone who joins it into adventure mode, which sucks, but doesn't stop me from finding things. I found some signs with the same names as the players on the document, so the link between all these players seems to be they all used to play on this SMP. I counted 5 total bases right here on the surface, and then 2 hidden bases. One was right here, and then the other one I haven't found yet, but there's a sign that says, quote, "My hidden base is better than yours," so it's somewhere. But the issue that
I did a fun thing that no one ever would catch.
and then 2 hidden bases.
So this base is canonically player 3, who is the doctor. And I kind of everyone's roles I kind of had thematically tied together. So they had a redstone, secret entrance. They knew a little bit about engineering. They're a bit smart, perhaps.
One was right here.
They have brewing. They're the only base with brewing stands, doctor vibes. And then there's more. This one's the biggest stretch, but I'll point out the other ones when we get there.
And then the other one I haven't found yet, but there's a sign that says, quote, "My hidden base is better than yours," so it's somewhere. But the issue that I have is clearly someone knew all these people to put them together in this game, but there's 7 bases, 7 players, and there's even a 7-player cap on this server. It all seems to point to the fact that every single member of this SMP was playing that murder game. So who set it all up? My money is on whoever is the murderer probably put this whole thing together and gave themselves that role. And it was right around this point that I actually received a response back from the channel. So let's figure out who this murderer is. According to the YouTube channel itself, it was player 7 that died that final night.
Dun, dun,
So
dun.
that leaves us with 3 remaining players. Let's make a quick case on how each of them could be the murderer, starting with player 1. If player 1 is the murderer, then it's more than likely that player 3 is the doctor, and their information can be trusted. If player 3 is evil, then everything they've said is probably a lie, and it would be so much easier if we had a good nurse and a good doctor who were on the same page and could confirm each other, but here we are. Now, lastly, we have player 6, who seems pretty separated from this whole thing and maybe seems like they don't have that much evidence against them. However, when we really look at it, a couple of their decisions have been interesting. The first was calling out last minute for the doctor to test them, which if you're evil, that is a pretty good play in order to kind of make the doctor's ability useless that round. But if you really think about it, if I were given the murderer role, who would I kill on night 1? You have no information night 1. If you're able to, it'd be awesome to kill the Guardian, but you have no idea who anyone is. So the only thing that you can do is think about the neighbor. The neighbor gets great info about their neighbors. So strategically, me, the murderer, wants to kill my neighbors to stop them getting information about me as soon as possible. And if you follow this logic, it starts to fall into place. The neighbors of the first person killed, player 2, were player 5 and player 1. Spoiler alert, player 5 died to the murderer, so it's not them, so that leaves player 1. Okay, so who died night 2? Well, no one. But if we assume the Guardian did protect themselves, that means that the murderer genuinely tried to kill player 4, which is, once again, one of player 1's neighbors. But none of these people were actually the neighbor. Player 5 was, and when player 5 died, she was player 1's closest alive neighbor.
And she got told one of her neighbors was evil when this was. I don't know why I didn't say that. I feel like I there's a couple times that I'm I explained things in the most complicated way than what I had to. But yeah, this was the night that, she got told that one of her neighbors was evil. Shocker.
But all of this requires perfectly correct information all around, which with a poisoner in the game is just unlikely.
unless the poisoner died on night 1. For example, player 2, who was in fact the only positive poisoning reading that the doctor had gotten the entire game. And the poisoner tests positive for poison every single time. What if every single role had been receiving correct information the whole time? The doctor tested positive for poison because it was the poisoner, and then negative the rest of the game because there was no poisoner. They died. The Undertaker was told that player 4 was the Guardian, which was correct. That's what they were claiming. And the neighbor received a 1 on night 1 because they were next to the poisoner. Then the poisoner died, making their new neighbor the murderer, and received a 1 again until they were sadly killed off. When I was figuring out like what solve would be the most satisfying, to me it was like introducing a poisoner that like messes everything up, makes the game hell to figure out, and then having them killed first, and then everyone's worried about being having their information be wrong when they've been gone the whole time. So to me that felt like the coolest or like the most exciting reveal, and Lord knows if that is true. But the only incorrect information in the whole game was player 1 claiming to be the nurse, and everyone else had right information from the rip. I know you're thinking, there's like so many holes in this, or there's other possibilities. Well, you want to know how I know I'm right? Because I didn't solve this. I just put in random combinations of roles into the form until I got the right answer, and then I sort of backtracked how it all worked out in the game after that. But we did it, boys! All right, so now we know that player 1, or Otto, is not only the murderer, but also is probably the one that had set this whole thing up. And considering that he shares a last name with Ava, who has died, he's suspect number 1 for her death. But what I'm still hung up on is this server. I feel as though there's has to be something more to find here besides this armor that I stole from this house. Oops. So let's at least start at finding that last hidden base. And I already know what you're thinking, Zach, why don't you just download a free cam mod or use replay mod to fly around the world in spectator and find the base? Well, it's because that would be cheating, and I never— Oh, here we go. Okay, I found it. Once inside, we can see this rock formation, which I had seen a couple of scattered around the server, but none of them had this sign. It's an invitation with a YouTube URL, and when you go to it, you are met with— Here, really quick. This was inspired by, I don't know if this is a thing on a lot of SMPs, but I was 100% the guy on the SMP to like try to set up server events and like games. So this was me paying homage to like 15-year-old Zach, who was always like, guys, come play my game. It's so fun. I built it. Invitation with a YouTube URL, and when you go to it, you are met with this video. This video and the different things being said are, sure, creepy, but also seem to be an invitation to play the exact game we just got done solving. And I don't understand what I'm supposed to be getting from this, but all I know is I didn't dwell on that very long, because in this room, we're actually able to steal these items from these item frames, even though we're in adventure mode. And I think the purpose of this is so we have an ender pearl, because there's this hole up in a tower, and when you go to inside where this hole should be, you can see the wall has been pushed in a bunch. So all I should have to do is— Okay, so we have these signs. This was the hardest thing. So the tricky thing with Minecraft ARGs is most of the time there's always something. It's Minecraft. Like, you can cheat. Like, you can get a hack, you can get a free cam. If it's your own survival world, you could switch game modes. So it's so hard to like have built-in puzzles in Minecraft like that, where like, oh, you have to find this ender pearl so you can get up here, because you can just free cam up there. So that's why and also, if that was genuinely me, I got one ender pearl shot to do that, I wouldn't make it. God, no.
that seem to be sort of reporting on what's happening on the server. And using these, we can narrow down the different bases and who they belong to. So,
and also this tower is player five's base, and they were given the neighbor, which considering that they are like in this server, like the nosy neighbor, like taking notes on everyone, there's a little connection there.
it says that Ava's house is, quote, cute, which draws me to this house right here. It says that John had a secret entrance, much like the one we saw here. Leo has the dragon egg, and upon flying around in Spectator, I found it hidden in this like weird pit.
Player 4 that we're talking about here is the Guardian. They were the guardian of the dragon egg. I'm not saying they're meant to be like caught, just fun little details.
Which I now assume is his house. I think the underground base with the Enderpearl is Jess's base, and then since
Jess's base was underground, Jess was the Undertaker,
was on vacation, I have to assume this house is his because the only other house left has a note from Otto himself. But when I finally turned around, I found one more sign that seemed to just have a jumble of characters, but I've been in the biz long enough to know that this is the end of a YouTube URL. So I plugged it in and got the text reads, "It wasn't her fault," and it seems like we've just really begun to go off the rails, but what I'm getting here is that we're finally starting to get some information about what happened to Ava and how she died, but what is more important to me here is the image in the background. After I brightened it a bit, it seems to be a certain place on the server, and after looking around for a while, I found it, which of course led to another YouTube video. It says, "You have no idea how much I miss her." And I think I recognize that background. I'm pretty sure, because when I was looking around for that underground base, there was a ravine. Yeah, here we go. Okay.
This whole scavenger hunt thing, I might do again. Because I thought it'd be cool, like, oh, there's an ARG that's on a server, and like you're in it the whole time, and then essentially you get given a screenshot and you have to know where that is on the server and go track it down to find the next thing. It's like a scavenger hunt. But I don't like the way I did it here. So if y'all ever see me do it again, pretend I'm doing it for the first time, okay?
Another video. Couldn't take it. Her heart couldn't take it. Okay. Now, this is actually interesting wording to me, and this background I didn't recognize right away until I was following one of those paths of blocks, and it led to this like nether portal, and I found this sign hidden nearby. However, I did get stuck in this little pool of water where it was, so I had to kill myself to get out.
Whose fault is it? Dude, I don't know. You're supposed to tell me. Also, this background is just a cave. How the hell am I supposed to find this?
What are the odds that it's this? This kind of looks like it.
This is it, isn't it?
Oh, there we go. You've seen it all now. Tell me. And someone's joining a server. What am I supposed to do with that? Like, where on the world do I go if I don't have an image? You know what I mean? Oh! Oh my god.
Ottoman.
Oh. Whose fault is it? Oh, damn it. This is like the final thing of the ARG, isn't it? I'm supposed to know this. Okay. I feel like I have no evidence for this so far. It wasn't her fault. No idea how much I miss her. Her heart couldn't take it. Whose fault is it? I mean, I feel like it doesn't have to be a person, does it? All I have is her heart like, what if her heart literally gave out? This is this is so messed up. That feels like the safest response. Okay. It stopped. Do it. Okay. Do I win? Do I win the murder game? Oh, shoot. That scared me. Hello? Oh, shoot. Is this... Let me put it on speaker.
I wanted to play a game that I know the doctor played, and it just got to happen. And then
all of a sudden, she was gone, and I was completely alone. Thank you. Okay.
And there you go. So that is the Murder Project. It was a really cool project. And the one thing I do want to say, y'all feel free to ask questions, but the biggest thing to talk about here is this ARG was open. Like I wrote this with different endings in mind. So all my ARGs get posted as they typically would. I give the direct links to my Patreon, but otherwise they're just out there in the wild to find. And I specifically with this one, I was like, on the off chance someone figures it out, gets on the server, because that the IP worked at the time, all the links worked. My ARGs are like functional ARGs, and I was like, if anyone figures it out, gets to that point, they will go on the server, and if they find all the signs, when they die in that puddle of water, right? I'll see them die in chat. I'll get notified that they died in chat, and then I will log on as Otto, and whatever they say, like whatever they guess whose fault it is, that will be what ending I go with. I was fully gonna let it ride. Whatever they said. If they said Otto did it, then Otto did it, and that's the ending I go with. And then no one solved it and no one figured it out, so I ended up going with that ending, which I thought was the coolest. But yeah, that was that one. So I thought it was a really cool thing, because I think the biggest issue with the ARGs I make is they're not always like ARGs. They're supposed to be like shaped by the community. And as much as I have a bunch of followers, people still don't find my ARGs. Like I talk about, like, you can find the name of a lot of them on my Patreon, even if you're not subscribed. In my Discord, I talk about them. People still don't find them. So I was kind of just gonna see if anyone solved it and see what happened. But yeah. Okay, questions. Who was the actor? Oh, it just went away. Who was the one who called you, like the actor? That was me. I voiced that. The actors for each player, all of them were my younger sister. Shout out to my younger sister. We spent hours filming every POV for that, and whatnot. Do you do all your own editing? Because it's phenomenal, and one of the things that drew me and my brother to your channel. I do all my own editing. It was a funny jump going from Consciousness to the one we just watched, Anomaly 11, because it's crazy to see my editing change. But yeah, I love editing. It's one of my favorite parts of the process. And yeah, I do it all myself. What other questions? Why was there so many roles? I felt this one was way more complicated than other ones. I was inspired by Blood on the Clock Tower, which, if you have enjoyed this video, go check it out. Very, very fun game. And I wanted to do something similar. And I did. So it was truly just because it seemed fun. Why is Otto's messages in square brackets rather than triangles? I'm not gonna lie, it's because I used command blocks, I think, to get that to happen in chat. Whenever I can, if I don't need to get another player on and whatnot, I don't. I'm getting better about it, and whatnot. So, is the con channel real? The events that happen are not real. The YouTube channel technically is real. Like it's a channel that actually exists. Do I do other people's ARGs too? I don't cover them currently. I might eventually. Was it hard to explain each player's POV without it sounding repetitive or lost? Yes, I rewrote that script so many times. I cut so much. I rewrote stuff. It was crazy. Where do you get all your assets and stuff? Fonts, text animations when info appears. Fonts, there's a lot of free fonts online. I use stock stuff a lot of the time. And there's a lot of free like animation effects that I also use online. Did you put 6 and 7 near each other on purpose? No. It's this video, all of this stuff pretty much came out before 6-7, I assure you. Do you get burnt out in the middle of making an ARG? Absolutely. I typically will either push through it or I will add something new to the story that like gets me excited about it again. Just because like
I hope to see you join us in the Viper's Den.
like it's just so tiring to work on an ARG that is something you were excited about, but then you've been working on it so long, you start coming up with other ideas. It's like, okay, I either push through this and get the video out so that I'm not posting 5 times a year and whatnot. So yeah. How long are you planning on streaming today? I don't know. I wanted to go through most of my videos, but which speaking of, I need to start a poll. But I also am getting tired, so we shall see. What video next? Question mark. We can do Watchdog Protocol, which is my most recent video. We can do the one we're looking at right now, which is Disturbing World Changes. That one was called Universe. Here, I'm just going to write the name since it's in front of me. This Disturbing World. And then we can do, which one am I missing? Oh, Con Part 2. Okay. Anyway. So yeah, overall, I thought it was like a very, very cool ARG, the Murder Project, but I was just biting off a lot more than I could chew. But I learned so much from it. Do you prefer to make ARGs like this where something is haunting the player? It truly depends on the idea I have. It looks like we're gonna pick Watchdog Protocol here, and I will say Watchdog was my first time doing something like paranormal haunting vibe. I typically try to keep my stuff based in reality.
Hello there.
Sorry, that might have spooked y'all. I typically I try to do more reality based stuff, but I bounce around for sure. When it comes to the fake channels that you have made up for your ARGs, have you ever lost one by accident? Not really. I have a document with all the logins. So I don't really worry about that, but I also, as of late, you can make multiple YouTube channels on the same account. So I've been doing that a lot. Which ARG is the one you're most proud of? That's such a hard question. My go-to is consciousness, but I go back and forth. So, okay. I think overall that's, I'm not seeing any questions on Murder Project. We have picked Murder Protocol. So here we go, folks. My most recent YouTube video. I was so nervous for this one to come out, and I'll talk about why eventually, but yeah.
Hello there. We are reaching out following a form where you indicated interest in the following role.
Server Watchdog.
We would love to offer you $4 per hour spent watching over the following server.
This screenshot is the banner image for a channel named Cashing Checks, but according to the player, Cash, he never filled out a form and has no idea how these people got his email. But out of curiosity, Cash decides to log on and check out this server. Cash loads in for his first night shift and is met with some signs welcoming him to the Outlook SMP. Now, the text on the signs seems to be a bit messed up, perhaps from like the server being upgraded from an older version. However, nothing else seems to be all too messed up. At least that is until... All right, I see exactly why this server needs some admin. It has been griefed to high hell. You would think though that if Cash is supposed to admin for the server, he should probably have creative mode, maybe some operator perms, but instead he seems to be forcibly stuck in survival mode. But this doesn't really matter because no one appears to be online and Cash is pretty much free to explore wherever he wants. As he explores this main area, he comes across a main conversation board of sorts. To the best I can read it, it says, Goal 1, gather materials, equipment, etc. Goal 2, build main base. Goal 3, enjoy it all until he comes back. Of course, they're not going to tell us who he is, but beneath that it says, if I had a nickel for every time I ominously referred to someone as he on a sign, I would have 2 nickels, which is weird that it happened twice. As how long do we have, would you say? And then in very faint text, we see 2 weeks maybe. So from this, we can assume that someone is coming back soon, and that seems to be a bad thing. But best case, it's nothing. Worst case, we could be looking at some sort of like stalker who keeps finding their way onto these people's Minecraft server. Cash certainly treats it like it's not important because he moves swiftly along to just raiding these bases for items, but all of the items available to him are A, glitched, and B, pretty much useless. Cash speaks to us for the first time and says, quote, they told me not to interfere with the world, but it seems like people already did. Well, this is helpful because it's clear Cash has had further correspondence with this Watchdog thing. But the kicker here is Cash tells us that he doesn't even have a texture pack on right now and even shows us. So the fact that he's seeing these textures and these items being the way they are is very, very weird. Cash informs us that the Watchdog people told him that the daylight cycle is tied to real life, meaning that wherever these players are, it's nighttime for them. And Cash says it's nighttime for him as well, so they might even be in the same time zone. Eventually though, Cash just decides to pillar up in the center of town and crank up his render distance to like watch over the area. Unfortunately, the second he does that, his PC starts to have an absolute crisis. Come on, Cash, showing up unprepared for the job? You didn't buy a fancy PC when you got hired? Come on. Well, Cash, I would love to canonically recommend you an Ironside PC. Ad break! Fun fact, so I knew about this ad break, like, but as I started writing this ARG, and I was like, do I write in the ad break? I was like, do I like make it like canon to the story somehow? And I was like, I feel like that's gonna be cringe. So I vaguely kept it like connected, but not really. So it's down his render distance and watches over the server for a bit until he hears people said that goat horn sounds like the Freddy sound from FNAF, and now I can't unhear it, and I just need y'all to know that that was not the intention, but listen. Or.
You have been clocked out. Thank you for your time.
All right, let's talk about this, I guess. That was a goat horn that is in the vanilla game. However, that's not something that can simply be done or played without a player blowing into the horn. And as we can see, no one is online right after that noise is played, until we see a player join with just the username. Potentially, if Cash had been holding down tab when they did join, we might have been able to see like a player skin, but even that seems unknown.
And I don't like unknowns. So let's start getting some knowns in here. Cash is back for another night shift, but this time when he logs on, that pillar he was on has been removed, so he just sort of fire. But once he respawns, he finds that his stuff is gone and a message is sent into the chat.
Please do not intrude into the server/move and blocks or items.
To which Cash responds, dude, you like got him. That was so good. Cash does indeed try to tread a bit more lightly, and he heads back to the house with the enchantment table again. Cash starts looking through stuff, and by looking through stuff, I mean looking through stuff. He's going through chests, ripping through the bookshelves, and a literal secret passageway in a bookshelf. Come on, it doesn't get much better than that.
Okay, pause. I just need to know, I had a segment about these pots. Does anyone remember a snapshot or a version where I thought that if you crafted a pot in survival and broke it, you would get the bricks, but if you did it in creative, you would get the pot back? And I was like, oh, the person who lived in this house must have cheated and built their house in creative. So like maybe they're the server operator. And then I tested that and it didn't work. So I'm just curious if anyone else remembers that. But anyway.
So Cash makes his way down and sees tunnels, seemingly man-made tunnels. Cash walks around through them and eventually finds another ladder that leads him up into a different one of the houses. So these tunnels essentially just connect each house together. It's finally at this point that Cash realizes the book he grabbed is a book and quill, and he reads,
"Don't listen to whatever he told you. It's probably lies. And if you are him, fuck you."
all right, some fighting words for this alleged him, but clearly whatever this book is talking about is something that went down on this server, and what that is remains to be seen. But eventually Cash makes his way over to this signboard again, and this time all the signs seem to be gone. This confirms at least that someone has been on this world since he was last logged on. And I believe Cash realizes that too, because he decides to write a sign of his own. And he says,
"Hello? Can anyone see this?"
well, based off of that dark oak, no, I cannot. Jesus. He grabs some yellow dye so it's actually legible and then continues exploring. He finds another secret way into the tunnels, and then eventually he just freezes and goes AFK for a while. When he does come back, eventually he says, quote, "Sorry, I think there was a deer outside or something." He then decides he wants to check out the nether, and he gets a block so that he can get in there, and of course he gets disconnected. You can call it a coincidence. I'm gonna call it tactical nerfing. Now, this whole mention of seeing something in real life, I'm personally going to chalk up to paranoia for now. I mean, you're doing a night shift. This is the second night that Cash has presumably stayed up late, and probably you're gonna be pretty paranoid the entire time. So with that being said, let's move to this third shift where some stuff goes down. We log back on and we are immediately met with another message from the Watchdog Protocol saying,
"Please stop modifying the server. Your game mode has been updated."
And unfortunately, it's correct. Cash is no longer in survival. He's in adventure mode now, which means he can't place or break blocks, which sucks because he has received a response. It says, "Yes, but who are you?" And Cash can't edit these signs anymore, so we don't know how Cash is going to be able to respond to, "Oh, yeah, that's smart. He can use the book." Cash writes into the book, "Hi, still me. My name is Cash. I was hired to watch over this server. Who are you?" But Cash needs somewhere to put this book, and very smartly, he goes over to that bookshelf, assuming that if anyone else tries to use the secret passageway, they'll get the book and maybe see the message. But we have to wait until... And just like that, the book is gone. My heart dropped because I thought this Watchdog Protocol had taken the book or something, but after a little bit, the book returns. Cash opens it and it reads, "You are what to watch over the server? Your typing is weird." It seems that when this person reads our text, it also has the weird X's. So Cash responds, "Someone hired me to watch over the server. I'm getting paid to log on and play." And then asks again, "Who are you?" He puts the book back, and then after a bit, we get a response that says, "I don't trust this, leave me alone." Cash tries to write back saying he's just as confused as they are, but after waiting a while, it's clear that this person has fully gone and isn't responding. He leaves the book there, but goes and tries to figure out some more information on anywhere this person could have gone. But this opens an interesting thing, because typically in Minecraft, there's always some sort of tell for where a person is. If they've got invisibility potions, you see the bubbles. Even if you use a command to get rid of the bubbles, you can see like ground particles. But in all of these shots where the player should be here, there is nothing you can see of them. It is literally as though they are a ghost on this world. Cash is looking around in one of the other houses when he suddenly comes across a very well hidden barrel, and it has a book inside. Now, unfortunately, it's unsigned. However, it does have some very interesting text.
I know he's real. I hear him behind me all the time. I can feel his eyes watching me. No one ever believes me, but I know it's real.
Another classic, oh, someone's watching me trope. I'm bored. Can I play Candy Crush on your phone? Anyway,
and unironically, when I write, it's one of my favorite parts about like the writing process with all of this is like, I genuinely feel that about this story. Like with that, when I wrote that part of the story, because if you've seen this video, that book becomes relevant. I like write in the story and I like it, and then I will go back and I'm like writing the voiceover, and I'm like, if I was reacting to this, I'd be like, bro, it's another ARG where someone's watching someone. So that's my favorite part about the writing process, is even though I'm the one making it, I will still point all of that out. And like, if this was someone else's ARG, I wouldn't pick on that because I would feel bad for the person that like that made the ARG. So it gives me full freedom to say whatever the hell I want, because who's going to get mad? Me? Hell no.
Cash looks around, he sees a weirdly placed button, and upon pressing it, it actually opens a secret door. But right as he goes down it, his game crashes. A message pops up from him saying that this is pretty typical for his PC, and eventually he logs back in. And when he does, Cash tells us,
I gave my friend the server IP so he could log on and check this out with me. But when he tried to get on, it said he wasn't whitelisted. But I never sent that email, my gamertag.
Dun, dun, oh boy. So for those who don't know, whitelisting on Minecraft basically lets only select gamer tags to be allowed on to a Minecraft server. But you need to know their gamer tag in order to do this. And according to Cash, he never sent these people his gamer tag. But somehow, his player was whitelisted. This just confuses me further, because the only person we've talked to on this server has no idea who Cash is. So they certainly wouldn't have whitelisted him to the server, right? And this world was also very clearly griefed, so if it had a whitelist the whole time, that couldn't happen. Anyway, Cash makes his way back over to where he was and drops back down into just the tunnels again. But we see a very quick glimpse of like a passageway opening, and he makes his way over to it and tries to find whatever button or trigger just opened it, but there's nothing around. But Cash is actually a genius, and he tells us to hold on because he has an idea. And he comes back and shows us that he's downloaded an X-ray shader pack. He's realized that if this is another redstone door, he can try to figure out where it's located and what the input to it is. And when he takes a look, we can see that there's a skulk sensor that seems to be what opens this door, but Cash, for the life of him, cannot trigger it. There's nothing I can see that says why this wouldn't work, and clearly someone just triggered the skulk sensor because the door opened. But eventually Cash just takes a break from his computer, and we see the screen go black again, and Cash basically explains that he saw something outside his window again, and he went to take a picture of it, and he shows it to us, and it is corrupted badly. Cash puts up some arrows of like what we're supposed to be looking at, but the weirdest thing about this all to me is Cash never acknowledges that the image is corrupted. Cash says there are often a lot of deer in his yard, so he just went back to playing. He is truly just walking down this hallway, and I don't know about y'all, but
I love that moment. I'm pretty sure recorded that first take. And I didn't know exactly when it was going to go off. So like, that's authentic. That's the one nice thing about this stuff, is I can just record it genuinely. And that was my genuine reflex. And I kind of looked back at it and I'm like, that kind of wasn't believable, but it was my genuine response. So, hey, I guess Cash is just goated.
Cash's reflexes are insane. You can hear the skulk sensor go off, the door opens, and he's just barely able to make it inside before it shuts again. But inside where exactly? Cash turns around and is in this massive room of sorts. There's 2 sets of books at the end, and when Cash opens them, we are met with this monstrosity. And there are several like pages of these inside of the different books. Now, luckily, Cash shows it all to us, so I can give you a breakdown. Let's take
While past me explains this very cool pig Latin code that I'm very proud of, I'm gonna run to the bathroom and fill up my water, so y'all have fun.
a look at this first page, right? We can see that aside from all this gibberish, there seems to be a lot of X's in here. Now, the X's are all over this server. So I think that this is so confusing because it's like 2 different encoding methods on top of each other. So I'm going to ignore the X's and try to figure out what the original encoding process is. X's aside, all of these words end in OW. And now this rung a bell, but I didn't know why. And after some Googling, I realized it's because this is basically how Pig Latin works. In Pig Latin, you take a word, you rip off the first consonants and you put it at the end, and then you add AY. I remember this because back in like grade school, kids would like make their own languages by just changing the AY to something else, and it would sound like a pretty distinct language. And in this case, they seem to have chosen OW as the ending sound. So if you take this text, remove all the ows, we're actually closer to legible text. Then all we have to do is move any consonants from the end to the front. However, with so many X's in the mix, it makes it really hard to know when there's a consonant or not. So to the best of my knowledge, what this says is, this is a basic sentence, so you can practice the new code. Remember that the code word is ow. I'm a way, iterale, enius gay. I'm a genius. Let's look at another page, shall we? If we remove the ows, shift consonants to the front, and fix the X's that are obvious, we read, do you actually believe him? I think he's a hacker that somehow keeps finding us or something. Now, upon initially reading this, I thought whoever is talking here was talking about Cash. It speaks about whether or not they want to believe him and how he keeps finding us. But this text is towards the beginning of the first book. So this maybe took place a while ago. And I think this because there's a page on the other book that reads like this. Hey, I just spoke with someone who seemed to be the same person who wrote on the signs. Says his name is Cash. Something was hired to watch over the server. If he's playing a trick on us, it's a weird trick to play. I don't know. Basically, this person is talking about Cash, and this is clearly whoever spoke with Cash prior. It literally mentions it by name, but this leaves into question who the book was talking about prior. It talks about he again, and that he keeps finding us. Now, to me, that could mean maybe they're hiding from like a stalker almost that keeps getting into their server.
I went so back and forth on like, because I don't make it very clear, like, what the hell? This is a mystical entity that keeps finding their server, and I go back and forth on like, do we believe that it's a hack? Basically everyone believes it's a hacker except for like 2 players. I'll talk about it more at the end, but these eyeballs are just so lovely. Going back to Cash on the server, he gets kicked off pretty soon after, and it's clear that someone doesn't want him in there because when he logs on for his next shift, he is told that his location will be reset every minute. What does that mean? Well, basically, as he's wandering around, after a minute goes by, he is just teleported right back to the start. And Cash tries to continue looking around for new information or anyone to talk to, but those are genuinely, I think, just like stock image creepy eyeballs. When I'm editing and I'm in a groove, I just kind of grab the first thing that looks fine. But with his location getting reset so often, he gives up and says that he's just gonna sit here and get paid, which is fair. And it's at that point that we see editor Cash come on back and says that he fell asleep while just sitting there on the server, which adds up. This man has stayed up so late, so many nights. But he tells us that when he looked back at the footage, he saw this happen. A chest. Cash says that he'll check that chest next time he logs on. But come on, is it ever that easy?
because Cash logs on again.
I don't even remember if I liked this music initially, but I really do love it now. I think I did. I think I liked it. When I found this song, I was like, this really fits the vibes.
Did you see that? When Cash walked inside, the textures all seemed to change. And when he walks back out, right back to normal. It's clear Cash notices this, but all he has to say on the matter is wild. And then he continues to look around this house. For once, the chests actually have items, not some distorted, glitchy version of items. And there's furnaces, there's a bed. It truly seems to be a normal house. However, when he gets to this top floor, he's looking through chests and sees a painting. And when he checks it, there's a secret room behind it, covered in signs that seem to be like a journal of sorts. It's the first time we've seen signs that don't have X's all over them, and they read,
"They promised me that I won't be left out again. They went to fight the dragon without me. They said they thought I wasn't online. Swear I didn't show up in the tab menu. Yeah, right.
Cash mentions that he had people not showing up the tab menu earlier.
They helped me build my base some more. They just feel bad for me. I'm tired. Barely anyone is playing anymore. I don't know why I keep playing."
This is
So essentially, I feel as though this is pretty obvious. This is the origin story for this lovely entity. Or I don't know. It's basically I wanted a urban legend type vibe. Candyman. And you know, every urban legend needs like some traumatic story of like someone who died because their friends was like evil and just sons of bitches. So that's what
interesting, but also a little too on the nose. I feel as though we've seen so much information get distorted that the fact that that isn't makes me not want to trust it. But essentially what's happening here was this, that wasn't there before, right? The answer, of course, is no. But Cash makes his way down this staircase, and we are met with signs in just all caps, screaming at us more or less, and we even have our X's that seem to have returned. I'll let you pause if you want to read any of this. It's mostly generic ooky spooky stuff, but the scary thing is this is the first time on this server that we have heard movement of another player. And the weird thing is, we heard a door open, but all of the doors are exactly how Cash left them prior. Cash goes to return to that basement area and is immediately clocked out. This was a lot of information, and I want you to tuck everything you just saw in the back of your mind as I go into what comes next. Cash posted on his community tab that he was able to get onto the normal server again and check that chest before he was immediately clocked out. But he took 2 screenshots of the 2 pages, and they look like this. We read, "I'm going out on a limb and trusting you are who you say you are. But to be safe, you gotta solve this. The answer is right in front of you, then right." And on the next page, we see multiple of like a link that's been jumbled, and whoever did this is very smart because they pasted it several times to account for the X glitch. I tried some basic ciphers online before I decided to use that big old juicy brain I got upstairs, and I realized that In front of Cash, presumably, all the time, is a keyboard. So this is probably just a keyboard cipher where you take your keyboard and you shift all the letters one way or another. So if you do that with our lovely gibberish here, we get a YouTube link to an unlisted video that is just a black screen, but with this audio.
It's honestly so stupid that I'm even doing this, but just in case you're a real person, somehow you should know what's going on. This is a Minecraft server where my friends and I play Minecraft on, and it's just normal until we started getting harassed by this guy, and he kept making his way onto our server to the point where we got a new one. Then he found that one, but no matter what we do, he won't leave us alone. Joe, one of my friends, thinks it's a literal ghost because we even tried banning his IP, but it didn't stop him. Basically, around the time it started, one of my friends did this whole thing where he convinced us that there's this thing called the God Watcher or something. It was just a Bloody Mary knockoff. If you said the name 3 times, it would come, yada yada. Anyway, you're not even gonna find this.
This is quite the interesting story, but I agree with whoever's speaking here. Odds are this God Watcher thing was just a prank made up by a friend. Why are the letters moving? Oh my God, guys, no way! Sorry, I'll take this.
I unironically thought about having this just be a fun detail that Watchdog is an anagram of God Watcher. And I was like, nah, I'm too proud of that detail that I'm gonna point it out, but it is a little dumb, so here we go. Also, someone asked who voiced Riley. My younger sister again. Shout out sister. So yeah, seriously. Basically, the God Watcher is a entity that is on the Minecraft Entities wiki, and it's. I tried to get this entry on the actual wiki so that people could find it, and you need like permissions or you have to get approved, but it's a public creepypasta wiki, and I was like, let me do my post. What the hell? So if anyone knows how that works, let me know. Says the God Watcher is an urban myth long lost to Minecraft versions gone by. It is rumored to be a spirit that chose to live in the digital world of Minecraft rather than pass on to the next life. God Watcher implores the player to say its name 3 times while placing a poppy each time. This not only grants the God Watcher into your world, but also ties it to your player so that wherever you go, it may follow. However, there's a part that talks about the different things that this entity will do to players, and the one that stands out the most is how it says the most consistent occurrence is an increase in coal generation on every world the player joins. Earlier in these videos, I had noticed that in these tunnels, there was an impressive amount of coal in the walls, especially since if it were me, I would have mined all of that to get some torches or something. But now I'm starting to think that coal is there for a very different reason. And judging by the fact that this article talks about how it torments people and makes them see things that aren't there, I'm a bit worried about the future of our torments people. I killed this effect. I gotta take mental note. This looks great. Makes them see things that aren't there. I'm a bit worried about the future of our lovely Cash. The next video isn't Cash logging onto the server, but instead it's him talking in a Google Doc with someone, and it appears to be that same mystery person who created that video. Based off the channel name before, I'm gonna call this person Riley, and Riley says that she's still really paranoid, and Cash says that's fine, I think you have a reason to be. Cash re-explains everything we know about this whole getting hired thing, but actually does mention that he has gotten paid from these people, that they sent him like $42. Cash asks Riley to tell him more about this whole God Watcher thing, and before Riley can respond, a notification pops up for Cash of a Ring doorbell. I don't know if this is important, but I'm legally obligated to tell you about it, so there it is. Riley once again pushes off the God Watcher thing, saying it was just a thing that her old friends made up on their first SMP, and Cash asks if they still have that server, and Riley says that they actually do. Cash logs on to this very distorted Minecraft server. The last server doesn't even hold a torch to this one when it comes to. Fun fact, I modified this texture pack a little bit. This is a real texture pack someone made. And they just messed up everything. And I thought it kind of looked cool. I don't even know why it looks like any of this. I was doing some research on how to do it myself, and Minecraft texture packs have no right to be so complicated for no reason. Level of messed up. And Cash is literally just looking around this server, checking chests, and trying to find anything of you. Remind me to talk about the Ring doorbell at the end. The mines. This music was the one I was only medium happy with. It took me so long to find something that I liked. Also, I use Premiere Pro for editing. Stop yelling at me. Canonical FNAF portion. So, ooh, jump scare. I went back and forth on how to do this portion so many times. I originally had it. It was gonna be like, before I went in the mines, there's like a garden, and then there's a furnace, and then there's a door. It was going to be like, oh, you have to replenish the garden and it grows really fast. You have to keep the furnaces running. You have to keep the door closed. And it was going to be like that. And I was like, there's not enough reasoning behind that to like it. So then I moved to the mines, and I was originally going to have the coal in the furnace be like you can't let the furnace go out ever. And I was like, well, there's no reason. So I was like, actually have the only light in this room be the furnace. So there's like an actual reason to keep it lit. And then obviously the two tunnels. Yeah, I should have done a better job explaining this part as far as story-wise. The two skins that I chose for the players on either end were too dark, and you couldn't actually see them. But they are one of them is one of the ones we end up seeing Riley as later, which I will get to. So the biggest thing that you'll notice that I tried to do is with the crazy world that we were just at with like the one house and the basement. Like that one's like not even a world. It's like it's not as glitchy in this way texture pack wise, but like it's floating in the void. So that one's like really old in the story. This one's more messed up than the original server because it's a little bit older than the server we started on. And then the server we started on is the most recent. So I tried to make it the older the world, the more like decayed it is. Decayed? No, I'm kidding. Now, whatever that was, I certainly didn't enjoy it, but it seems to be morning. And Cash actually goes back to that document he was talking to Riley on. And Riley says, I forgot the last time I played on this server was on my old account. so neither of us are whitelisted and can't get on.
Whoa.
And Cash says, I was able to get on. I don't understand how this keeps happening. Cash is somehow once again whitelisted for a server he shouldn't be on. Cash goes back to playing on the server and exploring his way around, and he makes his way down one of the tunnels and finds this room, I guess, that didn't seem to be there before. And upon going inside, we see an area that has 3 spots and 3 poppies. Cash pulls out the document again, and we can see that Riley is just going crazy.
What's going on?
Dun, dun, dun. Cash's next video is him playing on a seemingly brand new server when suddenly Riley joins. Cash walks over to her and says, hey, to which she says, Cash replies and says it's because he took care of the whole God Watcher thing. Cash says, well, you said it was tied to your friend's Minecraft account, right? Cash says, well, I moved it to mine. And Cash says because all he had to do was deactivate his account and buy a new one. And I didn't notice before, but his gamer tag has changed from cashing checks to checks cashed. Cash goes on to explain that the, quote, God Watcher took care of the bill. Apparently $42 is just enough for a new Minecraft account and a large pizza. It was no coincidence that Cash was in the same time zone as the people who played on this server. He was one of the people that played on this server. That's why he was whitelisted on every server he joined. He wasn't the next person the God Watcher would torment, he was the current. It somehow convinced him that he was a whole other person trying to solve this mysterious server. All to remember just how wrong he was. The next day after this video was posted, Cash's profile picture changed to this image. And since I've edited this video, I went back to Riley's channel, and at some point, it was also changed to that same image. I have not been able to get into contact with either of them. So, essentially, because I know a couple people still confused, Cash essentially ain't real. Cash is this character that what used to play on the server. That's why he was whitelisted everywhere. And this entity, this thing, as talked about before, can change your reality, your is fuck shit up, essentially. And here we see a different skin, the original skin, and then this person, who I'll tell you guys is named Joel. You might have remembered Riley accidentally saying the person's name and went, Joel, a friend of mine, and moved on. This is Joel. Joel did the God Watcher thing many moons ago, and is the source of this book. So essentially, this entity convinced him oh, you're not corrupted by this thing, totally, and then made him think that he was fine, just to remind him that indeed, um, is not. Um, people are asking. Thank you for reminding me about the doorbell. Doorbell had originally to do with the a different ending I had. Um, to be honest, I barely remember that ending at this point, but I changed the ending halfway through, and I like this one a lot better. But this essentially the meaning behind the camera is once again this entity is causing people to not show up. So in the first half of the video, Cash is talking to Riley, maybe not, because Godwatcher is a jackass. But he is seeing things that aren't there, and also seeing like he's not seeing people. So like someone rang the Ring doorbell, but he can't see them. Similar, it's a parallel to how he couldn't see Riley when he was talking to Riley. So basically, this is part of the reason why I don't love fantasy like paranormal stories, just because to make it really work, you have to like explain it verbatim, and in ARGs you don't always have all the information, / there's no natural way to explain things. So I've seen people go back and forth on whether or not they like that ending. I go back and forth on whether I like that ending, but overall I thought it was cool. Deer Thing essentially just played into him being watched constantly, God Watcher, and was kind of a ghost thing. I wish I would have explained that better, because it ends up just being a very random detail. So it's little pieces for people to draw their own conclusions and stuff like that. But yeah, that's sort of the mentality. Okay, people are asking questions. So I shall try my best. How long did it take to get the textures to look glitched and messed up? Especially when you show there's no texture pack. There was a texture pack. I just edited it to look like there wasn't a texture pack. So, yeah. Would we be able to like DM you ideas for future ARGs? I in my Discord channel have an ideas channel and whatnot, that people will send ideas, and I do read through them, and sometimes they spark ideas and whatnot. So who played the Void people in the tunnel, and how did you do the texture pack in the beginning at the floating house? Okay, I think I know what you're talking about. The Void, or the people in the tunnels, was actually no one. I used a mod. I forget the name. Blockbuster, maybe, is the name of it. I used a mod to do that. And then I think you're talking about the texture pack switched, where it switched to an older texture pack. And that's just some clean editing. I did it as the door opens, it cuts to the other texture pack. What was the inspiration for this ARG? Five Nights at Freddy's. It's that easy. Yeah, essentially Five Nights at Freddy's. I wanted to do like a very I didn't go full in like dead kids wise, but like it is like a group of kids, their Minecraft server that got corrupted with this entity thing, I guess. Zach, how do you think of your characters' names? Is it random or is there symbolism? A lot of my characters' names are just whatever I can come up with, and a lot of the time they lead to symbolism. So I kind of just think of cool names first, and then it ends up being I add symbolism later. I thought Cash was a cool name because, you know, like cash is like a kind of techie word. And then I ended up doing research, and the name of that final video is called cache stampede, which is a technical term for when outdated information in the cache folder is used, and you could argue that his memories were outdated and stuff like that. So that wasn't the idea when I originally named him Cash, but it became that later. So very thematically fitting for the FNAF skin to have the night guard job. Yes, that was a Foxy skin that I inverted into purple to kind of look like Bonnie. I kind of just hodgepodged it all. If I could describe this ARG in one word, what would it be? Identity, I guess. To me, the core of this ARG is the whitelist thing. How is he whitelisted? Why is he whitelisted? All that stuff. Yeah. If Cash imagined all of this, did he also imagine the texture pack because it didn't show one and Riley? I like to think it's up to interpretation, but I like to think that Riley was actually communicating with him for part of it. And the texture pack, I would argue, yeah, it's imagined, or it's just it's definitely on his end, because that's the other thing. He takes a picture and it's corrupted, but he doesn't acknowledge it. So it's like, what is Cash seeing? It's shocker, guys. The video with watch in the name has a lot to do with sight and being watched. I threw in a lot of inconsistencies in the visual sense. Is there anything I would change, remove, or add from Watchdog? I would definitely explain the deer thing more. I would in the description post about the Watchdog, I would talk about it affecting sight more, changing people's perceptions. I would allude to that more, so the things made sense. How did you get the player to be invisible during the parts where Cash was talking with the book? That was a lot of careful planning. I actually worked with a friend on that one, and we basically coordinated it. They were invisible via commands, but if you're holding a book, you can still see the book floating. So I did a little bit of editing, a little bit of clever cutting, so a lot of stuff. Let's see. What was the reason behind the goat home for the start? Fantastic. It is essentially a detail that I didn't explain, because I like people's interpretations, but what I intended at least is that this group of friends, when someone would log on or off the server, they would play a goat horn to say that they were getting on or off. And I kind of wish maybe that's another thing I would add, is just establishing that. But it ended up being a fun detail that at the start, it was signaling someone coming on. At the end, it was used to push them away. That kind of stuff, I guess. Okay, a couple more questions. Let me set up a poll. I'm going to do one more video. There's 3 videos we haven't watched, so those are going to be the 3 in the poll. What video next? So I'm going to give you a breakdown. We can do Consciousness Part 2, which I've covered a good bit of the Consciousness ARG as a whole when we watched Part 1, so that's up to y'all if you want to see more. We can do Universe, which I don't think that's how you do it. Universe, which is the one that's like the server, this Minecraft world changes every time I log on. That one was inspired by the Minecraft end poem. There's some cool stuff I could talk about there. And the last one is the Astral SMP, which was technically last year. That was last November. So in theory, y'all should, if we're talking 2025, it doesn't really count, but it's up to you. Start poll. Oh my god, someone just leaked my next video title. The weird Minecraft server that smells bad. How do you get all the players in each ARG? Do you just make new accounts? No, I only technically own 2 Minecraft accounts. I just change my skin. I have mods that can change the names of people, stuff like that. So what do the profile pictures mean? That's a good question. Sometimes I'll sneak like fun, cool stuff in there. The consciousness one, it's like a S. No, it's not an S. Basically, I made the consciousness one because if you rotate it, it's the live stream symbol, and I wanted to do a cool transition thing. So that one was more like not as thematic. Other people's are just Anomaly 11. I wanted one to be blue, one to be red. They kind of parallel each other in certain ways. So it's truly all very vibe based. And obviously Watchdog at the end, they changed their profile pictures to symbolize the Watchdog, or sorry, not the Watchdog, the God Watcher kind of taking over the channel or whatnot. Stuff like that. How long does it take to write an ARG? Do you go through concepts? I keep a long list of all the ideas I have, and oftentimes I'll use multiple ideas into one. But when it comes to writing an ARG, it takes me about a week to write the script, probably a little less, and then upwards of a month to make the ARG and post all the videos, and then a month to like make the video and edit it. Again, this fluctuates. I'm a full-time college student, and I get tired. Do you get these ideas out of the blue even in class? Absolutely, I do. Yeah, I get them everywhere. And the biggest thing is you have to write them down. Don't ever convince yourself that you will remember what you were gonna do. Sorry. Because you probably won't. You probably won't remember. Have you ever thought of doing smaller shorts, ARGs on TikTok that are mostly funny? I have. Comes down to time thing. It depends on what I want to do with my time. So I might at some point, especially because if y'all are OGs, I got my start on YouTube with YouTube Shorts. So I always think about going back to shorts just to mess with people. But yeah. Okay. A couple more questions. How old are you? I'm 20. Favorite mechanic of Watchdog or any ARG I've made? I really liked the Pig Latin cipher. When I thought of that, that was cool. There's one other one that I always think of that I'm blanking on. If I think of it, I'll come back to it, but I actually don't remember. So yeah. Okay. Here we go. Universe. This is honestly, I think one of my coolest standalone videos. It's very different, and I'll talk about why as we go through. But yeah. Do you see this player? I mean, they should have known that there was something wrong with this Minecraft world if this is what it looks like when you first spawn in. There's an infinite number of normal looking spawn points for a normal single player world, and this is not one of them. But to really analyze this, the fog implies that the player is potentially on a much higher level than the player could ever typically spawn at, but the player decides to relog and all of a sudden everything goes back to what you would expect from a player starting on a world.
9 videos were sent to me by this random Discord user, but as an ARG YouTuber, this is far from out of the ordinary, and I always run these links through a virus checker just to make sure that no one's trying to play some hacker simulator on my computer. And for the first time ever, the link came back as malicious. So how did I end up with these videos? Well, I did some research into anywhere else this virus has been online, and I discovered a Minecraft forum, which led me down a rabbit hole into finding one of the oldest and most unknown mysteries of the game. The player starts to build.
I'm not gonna lie. I don't know. I forgot I set this video up like that. And I don't know why I did it. I think it was just a good hook. But I completely forgot I set this video up like that. Okay.
A small dirt house before logging off inside the house. I make note of this because in the very next log, when they log on again, we can see that they are no longer in that location. The world is broken in some places, and if you're wearing headphones, you're actually probably noticing that there's this monotonous noise in the background that's hard to understand but is going back and forth from the left to right ear. They instead log out, presumably thinking they went on the wrong world, and log back in exactly where they should have been. I guess a win is a win, and they end up just playing as normal for a bit, but things quickly get unnormaled when we hear followed by but they don't see anything in the direction of the noise, so they decide to take a step back, look at their lovely house that they've finished, and log off. Now, going back to that speaking from before, it's nearly impossible to make out what these voices are saying with zero reference, but what intrigues me is how it shifts from the left to right ear. It appears to be almost a sort of conversation, and when I map it out, we can see the left and right side go up and down, almost like waves flowing back and forth, and I analyzed these patterns for meaning, but I couldn't find much. We log on to see that the world has changed and there is now cobblestone in every direction. The player punches the wall, but it appears to be very, very thick. So they make their way down and discover more of the maze. They continue wandering with their only point of reference being the stars above them, actually more so the lack thereof, but they make note of some shadows on the ground as well as some of the shapes of the room being weird. But I want you guys to try to guess what the puzzle is here, because this is one of the best puzzles I've ever seen in one of these things. Are you ready? Basically, if you track the player as they go through the maze through a sort of top-down view, we can start to see the maze layout, and as it happens, a very hazy message starts to form. Now,
someone asked my favorite mechanic or thing I ever thought of. It's this. This is what I'm thinking of. So the maze spells out something, and I liked it so much I used it in Consciousness Part 2 again, a version of it. So yeah.
Sketching this was incredibly difficult, tedious, and other words that just mean I'm lazy, but I tried to make it as accurate as possible and ended up with this. You probably can't tell what this is trying to say, so allow me to separate it for you. Okay, not much better. But let me take this section by section. This first word is certainly the word hi. That's quick and easy. This, however, I don't really know. I see a T, an R, and a G maybe, but this is certainly the word you, so that helps. And then finally, this is either there or here, but that's neither here nor there. But the issue with having so many unknowns is we get a lot of potential solutions to what this sentence could be saying. So let's get rid of some of the variables here and just say that it either is hi, you here, or hi, you there. Besides this message being one step away from like a late night text from your ex-boyfriend, it seems to me that the world is trying to talk to us in the only way that it knows how. And in the meantime, we just have this player who's all too focused on escaping this labyrinth. They continue wandering around before suddenly hearing a all too familiar noise and getting spooked right out of the game. We log on no longer in that bizarre maze, but also not anywhere familiar. And it's important to note that according to the timestamps, the player has now started to upload these videos to the forum, and the occasional person is chiming in to help them almost troubleshoot what's happening to their world. The player says in chat, new location 3, the forest, before continuing to walk through the trees. We can see that the people on the forum have begun to categorize the spots found thus far. Location 1 was the original base, location 2 is called the maze, and now this forest. Also on the forum, we can see that someone there recommended trying to do F3 and A to reload the chunks around them just to see what happens. So they do exactly that. The player is now stuck in this mass of bedrock.
Here, I guess I'll point out
Exactly.
it's fun
that.
to pause at the different spots. I'll bring that up again, but getting a better
The
look at
player
those
is now stuck in
helps.
this mass of bedrock with no way to escape it. It doesn't seem like the world is taking very kindly to this cheat of sorts, so the player tries to quickly reload the chunks a few more times to get out of this location, but it doesn't work. We can see other places for just like a split second, and then it's right back to this empty prison, so the player has no choice but to log off. We log on once again to see that the world has changed, and this time we're in a location that we haven't quite seen before. The player writes in chat giving the location a pretty apt name, which is the Distorted Plains. It has sort of a semblance of a plains biome, but with like short tree stubs and some leaves. We walk through.
I'll talk about this more. So the number one comment on this video is like, this is binary code. Like it's binary code. And that's fair. I once again remind everyone, this whole video is inspired by the Minecraft M poem, and I'll talk about it more later. But it's like there's so many numbers here that I didn't actually hide anything in this. It's meant to be an like, do I want to spoil it now? I'll spoil it now. A lot of you have seen this video, but basically there's a line in the Minecraft poem that's like, the player dreamed that the world was made up of ones and zeros or something. So it's an allusion to that. People got mad that I didn't try to solve the binary. I'm like, you want me to go through every number that's visible on this thing and see if it does anything? How do you even go about figuring out the order of any of this? So yeah.
Through this area for quite a while, and I can notice that some of these trees and leaves are different heights, different widths, but other than that, there really seems to be no rhyme or reason to what's happening here. For the first time ever, the player actually seems to find the end of this biome or this area and continues into what looks like a normal looking forest.
So dark.
They
I
continue
should've
going
turned this
through here
up.
until they find a large cobblestone structure. This place is really interesting to me because you can see at one point that there are these trees that are cut horizontally, and I did some research into this type of glitch. And funny enough, I see a lot of trees that get glitched, but they're always cut vertically and never horizontally. The player continues exploring, kind of just getting a bearing for the area and what it has to offer until they hear a familiar noise again. But then something else happens.
Right in the left ear. Again, if you're not using headphones, I'm jealous of you.
Here's the thing. I liked the player. I thought that they were playing pretty logically and were definitely trying
Such a funny sentence. I liked the player, and now I hate them.
to gather as much information as possible. But this time they log on and randomly have a torch on the ground. That's interesting, but they continue to look through what seems to be that same forest from before, and then randomly decide to leave the game and log back on. Why on planet Earth would they do this? We had the chance to get our bearings in this forest, maybe see if there was any connections to the other places, but instead, we log back on inside of the bedrock structure, but this time there's a boat just in range for the player to grab and escape in. I'm not sure if this is some sort of peace offering from the world, because we've really never seen the world be kind towards the player, which sort of makes me feel like this could be another person somehow, but this is the first time we get a full view of this bedrock catastrophe that the player decides to call purgatory. The walls are made up of pure bedrock and have very interesting patterns along all of the sides. The player very quickly sort of figures out how to navigate inside them, and for the first time says something not merely about the location.
Does this go on forever?
We can assume that the player is talking to the people on the forum, but I just like this moment because the player doesn't typically let us in on what they're thinking about. As the player roams around, we hear that seemingly a bit closer this time, and the wall seems to change a little bit, maybe starting to thin out, but out of nowhere, the player says,
Gotta go. I know it's a little time.
and they leave the game, which is so frustrating to me because while they seem like they didn't want to, it feels like every time this happens, we lose all of our progress. And with such short glimpses, it's nearly impossible to actually figure out what's happening here. I did catch one thing, however. These symbols seem to actually be vaguely reminiscent of runes. Runes were and are used to sort of gain meaning and understanding of the world, so why not use them to gain some understanding of this world? Now, the thing with runes is many of them are very simple shapes, so I could be wrong here, but I see one here that looks like the rune for strength, another one here looks like the rune for danger, and then these could potentially be the runes for hope or support. It's hard to tell. We can see that the player on the forum ended up...
I've some of these older videos, my pivots and my transitions are very janky. It's like 10 seconds of silence and it's like, so then I got a... I'm like,
doing some research into terrain generation around the time of this last log being posted. They ended up linking some articles about the far lands and believe the bedrock structure to be similar to them. However, while they were researching that, I was researching these boom sounds that we keep hearing. They sound vaguely reminiscent of like cave noises that are in the game, but they're not quite right. And that's when I realized that they also had a split audio track for the left and right sides. And when you separate those and put them back to back, you hear this. Now, this could be fully a situation.
People lost their minds over hearing that. People were like, that's not what it said. And I don't know what to tell y'all. First of all, people hear you are, and that's fair because that is in the second part.
Put them back to back, you hear this.
So it is both twice. I don't know. I did some weird voice stuff, but it was, I guarantee you, originally, you are not alone. Can confirm.
Now, this could be fully a situation where I've convinced myself it's saying something that it's not, but once I heard this, I feel like I couldn't unhear it. And now the world has communicated with us in two separate ways, but the issue is the player has discovered neither of them. So now I'm sort of like, is the world trying to talk to the player, or is it trying to talk to us as the viewer? Well, I decided to take a healthy dose of You're Not That Guy, Pal, and move on.
So stupid.
This next log is a complete outlier from any of the other videos that we've seen thus far, so I'm going to treat it as such. We're finally back at the player's house, although this time it looks just a bit different. This is partially because of the 3D anaglyph setting that is now turned on. If you don't know what that is, essentially in the older versions of Minecraft, they offered a feature where if you had those cliche 3D type glasses, you could wear them and have a 3D Minecraft experience. Well, in this case, it sort of results in this weird sort of glitchy color visuals, and the player says,
This doesn't feel right. Like too long?
I can see what the player means. If we turn up the visibility even more, we can see that their house seems to be somewhat stretched, and then there's even a tree from that tall forest that was never there prior, so the player leaves the game. They immediately log on again, and this time the world seems to have trapped them in this sort of bedrock box with layers upon layers of glass. The player seems to not want to leave the game and potentially never see this place again, so they start to break through and maybe try to find a means to escape. They break to the next level but don't see much there, so they continue dropping until they reach the bottom. Well, actually almost the bottom, because there's a single piece of glass with water beneath it. And when they go into that, they try to swim around and find any interest or escape there, but they find nothing. And when they go back up for air, they realize there's no actual way to get back out of here, and they are forced to leave the game.
Okay, I just remembered something.
Leave the game.
Which I don't think we're really going to be able to see it. Yeah, we don't see it on this one. Okay, basically, I remember the times for the timestamps of each of these. If I go to here, someone remember we're on 8. We're on log 8. I literally am trying to reverse solve my own ARG right now because I don't remember what I did. Jesus, we're going, guys. We're gonna have to playback speed. What the hell? Okay, I don't know how to change that. I got this. Ready? Come on. This is terrible. There we go. I remember look at the time. The time is 5:16. I hit a little code in the times of all the logs, and I wrote it on what I have a notebook, or not a notebook. Yeah, a notebook. I forget what it says. I want to know what it says. But it also could be in a different notebook. If someone's ever bored enough and wants to solve a fun puzzle, I think it's an alphabet thing. Could be wrong. Oh, I fully found the notes, y'all. So these are my notes from this video. I just don't know what I was spelling. What was I spelling? Here we go. We're gonna solve this in real time, okay? So it was apparently 25:15, which is 25's Y, right? I'm pretty sure. 15 A B C D E F G H I J K 11. What? Damn it. A B C D E F G H I J K J K L? Oh my god, I'm having a stroke, guys. What's 15? Can y'all see why I make my own ARGs? I can't even figure out my own thing. Oh my lord. Okay. I'm gonna get an alphabet. Numbers to alphabet decoder. This is hilarious. Here we go. Okay. 25, 15, 21. What's that? 21, 1, 18, 5, 28, 15, 16, 12, 1. Next page. 25, 5, 18. Everyone, I can report. It doesn't say you are not alone. It says you are the player, which is what the video ends with, as I'm sure we will see very, very soon.
We log on once again
I forgot. We're at 8. Here we go. So there's a fun detail for you.
We log on again, where this tube of bedrock has gotten no less colder than the last time we saw it. The player actually reports to us and says,
"This one is my least favorite."
You know, something gave it away. I don't know if it was getting permatrapped in bedrock or calling the place purgatory, but we continue on and we end up discovering that at the end of this, we can see a dense forest where the player decides to write,
Note, purgatory connects to the forest.
we finally have some sort of connection here between two of these places, but as the player gets closer to the inside of this forest, the frame rate seems to dramatically drop, where we can briefly open up F3 and see that something is lagging their computer until all of a sudden the game crashes. The player boots up the game immediately again and is clear crashes.
It's honestly,
the player
it's so funny to me that no one noticed any of these, like the weirdness here, because all the comments are like, it says cheats, it says creative mode, which like it was a glitch of the version I was using, because I did originally boot the world up in creative mode, but then I converted it, but then it still said creative mode. Anyway, the time makes no sense. You can't, how is there a 25th hour? And is there only 5 minutes? But yet no one notices that, which actually had a hidden secret in it. Everyone was like, oh no.
Boots up the game immediately again and is clearly unhappy. They spawn in the maze this time, aren't happy with that location, so they use F3 and A few times just to, of course, end up back in the bedrock trap, which also isn't to their liking, so they leave the game and rejoin just to spawn in the forest again. This time they find a lava pool and just start chucking all of their items inside. They end up typing in chat,
If you don't follow your own rules, why should I?
and log off the world. It is at this point that we must turn back to the forum for a couple of answers. A reply was made by a user that said, quote, "This feels related to QF1. Now, fun fact about me, I hate it when people say things like they're common knowledge when it couldn't be further from the truth. QF1 didn't give me a lot to research. There's a chance that they were making a rather distasteful joke about a plane crash that happened in 1999 called Qantas Flight 1, but I gave them the benefit of the doubt that that was unrelated, so I dug a little deeper into Minecraft history, and I found a very niche mystery that was going on around the time back in the day regarding a series of images that were posted anonymously. The name QF1 related to the start of a link URL that led to this image. And when this image was released, it was heavily implied that there was more to discover and dive into here. People initially looked for certain things that were out of place, like this shadow or black box covering part of this tree. However, it was quickly made apparent that the thing to find here was this tiny bit of text in the bottom of the image. Upon rewriting the set URL with a set of characters, you would get a new image. And bit by bit, people were discovering image after image until they suddenly hit a wall. This image right here did not seem to have any text that would lead to another image. And you may have noticed already that these images actually make up a bigger image. And upon arranging them properly, you can see this very tall tree that looks comparable to what the player has been seeing in their world. However, no one knew what to do here or if there was even any more to be found. Spoiler alert, there is. And after messing with hues and filters for long enough, I was actually able to find another code in this image, which got me one last image, but dear God, was it a letdown. This offers exactly 0 new information and doesn't even have another code inside of it for me to use. At least I thought that before literally zooming out and seeing the bigger picture. The assembled image prior had formed a...
I don't know if y'all could hear that, but there's a tiny little... What?
Zooming out and seeing the bigger picture. The assembled image prior had formed a sort of upside down T shape, but that very quickly changed when this image was put into its correct place. It now clearly depicted a number 1. But what could that mean? I mean, a single number could be related to absolutely millions of things.
But you know what else has millions of things? Minecraft world seeds. Okay, wait, that made it sound like I thought of this immediately. I tried so much other stuff and researched the whole internet before I even thought of this. But the issue here was I had to pick the right version of Minecraft because one Minecraft seed on one version is going to be completely different because of the different updates that happen. But after a couple tries, I ended up finding it, and it is the exact same world that we see the player playing on. So not only was I right about the seed, but also that random person was actually right about these two worlds being connected. But here's the part that makes zero sense. The correct version wasn't the version that we see the player playing on. They were on 1.4.2, but that version gives me a completely different world than the one that I found it on, which is 1.12. And 1.12 wouldn't come out for another 5 years from when these videos were posted. And before you ask, no, this world did not have all those weird structures. However, it did have a forest nearby that actually looked comparable to what I see in this image. And I tried to look for any signifying features in the image that would help me sort of track it down. And that's when I saw this. It's a lava particle, which means the person was standing probably close by to a lava pool. But I couldn't actually find any lava pools in this world. I did find a small pool of water, and after removing this one tree, I found this location that actually seemed semi-close to what we see in the image, but obviously missing the very clear tree in the center of it. I seem to be just missing something else here, so I'll open this part up to you guys in the comments, but it's time we return back to our final log post. Finally. We log on, and judging by the date that this was posted to the forum, we can see that a large bit of time has passed from the last time that the player has played. The world has changed again, this time forming into that maze, and the player says,
I regret throwing my stuff out.
this is especially true because the player is now stuck. Actually, changed
Sorry,
large. We log on.
another hidden Easter egg of my birthday. I hide my birthday at so many ARGs, it's not even funny.
On and the last phase, especially true because the player is now stuck punching through walls of cobblestone the best that they can. They pass through the walls and call attention to the fact that it's always nighttime or raining when they're in the maze location. Eventually, they come across some trees, which allows them to make a pickaxe, as well as a boat to sort of get through and navigate a lot faster. The player finds some coal, which they are able to turn into torches, and finally escape this cobblestone hell. However, speaking of hell, the player gets in a boat to kind of get away from this area, and runs into none other than their favorite place, Purgatory. They slowly kind of get their bearings and climb their way into it, and they are actually at one point distracted by a walking noise off to their right. If you don't like dumb horror movie protagonists, you are about to hate to see this guy pull up, but there is a very clear way or path in this direction. They eventually come across this sort of large room, and they take a pause for a while, and I guess try to speak to the world in a physical way that the world could maybe understand it. They spell out, "Hi, are you there?" and sort of wait for a moment, and nothing happens, so they decide to leave the game.
And if you didn't catch it, they just said, "Hi, are you there?" Which you may recognize from earlier in the video.
This is the first time that we have ever or will ever log back into the same location that we logged off in. And you can tell that the player is just as surprised by it as we are. We eventually get back on track and sort of move deeper into the bedrock mess that is this place. And we eventually find a familiar opening and slowly make our way down to the area that the player has become far too familiar with. Something is off, and the player notices it. I mean, the last that the player left, they left behind a boat, presumably in case they ever got stuck there again. But that boat was no longer there.
Also, this music is the C418. That's the guy who made all the Minecraft music, right? This is the music that plays it during the end credits, which I think is a very fun detail. These videos, while definitely a bit weird, come together to tell two different stories. One is of a person who is struggling to understand and deal with a world that is always changing to try and trap and to try to kill them. But in actuality, the videos are out of order. Every single log off location that we see aligns with another log on location and vice versa. This player had become so obsessed with finding the meaning and the symbolism of the world that's around them that they forgot to actually look at themselves for once. The player logs on again, this time spawning just outside of the tall forest, and they walk forward and eventually reach their original house, but there's one more gap that the player has to fill in, and as they do that, they talk directly to us.
Sorry for the wild goose chase. I guess this world wasn't what I thought it was. It's interesting. Even though it wasn't real, I still really enjoyed it.
Sure, this player got distracted trying to find meaning in every little thing inside this world, but if the player found meaning in that, does it really matter whether or not it was real? Like, some people find meaning in angels. Others find it in a speck of dirt. You are the player. Wake up.
I love that, like, this is probably my most dramatic and like on the nose cliche ending, and y'all are just in the chat spamming JK11 because I don't know how to count. Anyway, okay. I honestly forgot how much I love this ARG. This video has so many cool details, and I also just fully found my notes from this ARG, so I'll go over those in a second. So the fun things include, oh, if I can find one of the times,
Or suddenly,
oh, let's see. Okay, here we go.
noise again.
Every time you hear that noise, that is a moment that when the glitches happen, you will see one of those moments right there.
On them
Okay.
just to see what happens. So they do exactly that.
Every single frame here, I just missed it.
Load the chunks
Is one
around
of the
them
times
just to
that
see
you
what happens. So they do exactly that.
So we hear a noise in the house originally. We hear a noise here. This is the purgatory. We hear a noise here. Oh, maybe that last frame isn't in this one. But every time you hear one of those noises, it's one of these moments. One of my favorite details.
The player is now stuck in this mass of bedrock with
This structure above me, I kind of designed it to look like when you generate a Minecraft world at the start and you see like all the chunks loading and it makes different stuff. So that was another fun detail. Obviously, all the walls are supposed to look like runes. This whole thing is about finding meaning where there arguably isn't any, but that meaning is still like valid if you believe it. You know, if it positively affects you, then like that's still valid, I guess. Is kind of the mentality. So that's a fun detail. It's very heavily inspired by the Minecraft end poem. I mean, by the end of the video, he's just trying to get back home. He's excited to be home again. His home is literally a speck of dirt in this Minecraft game. It's nothing exciting, but he went on an adventure, which is just Minecraft inherently. It's honestly arguably my most like sappy. Why did I almost pushed my mic out of the way? It's like a super sappy meaning behind it all, but I thought it was cool. I need to not shake my whole camera. Damn. Okay, let's look at some of my notes. I have terrible handwriting and I just jot this stuff down like crazy. So this is, no, it's not flipped for me, just kidding. So this is me mapping the locations, which hopefully that'll vaguely focus. I don't know. So kind of figuring out how you move to each location. And then we have, this is another one of me mapping out the mazes and all of the things. Once again, like figuring out the maze and how I was going to spell out, hi, are you there? And then, this notebook is brutal. Okay. And then lastly, this is just the events, all the points I needed to make sure I would hit in each video. And yeah. So probably my most intricate and like thought out thing. If y'all got questions on it, I'll answer it, or I'll answer any questions on this one. Another fun detail I'll point out is it starts. This is like a very paraphrased. The end poem starts with, I see the player you mean, and I start the video with, do you see this player? I mean, So end poem starts with, I see the player you mean. I start it with, do you see this player? I mean. So I add so many little tiny like parallels in there to the end poem. And yeah, it's very proud of how it turned out. What was I going to say? Completely forgot. If you could have chosen from all the ARG videos you made, which one would you have released first? I don't know if I would change the order of them. I'm kind of glad. I guess I wish Consciousness was first, because I think more people would watch Spectre or the Minecraft World That Hears You. I think more people would watch that if it came out afterwards, because I think that's a fire video. I stand by it. Also, someone asked where I get my ideas for my ARGs. This one was inspired by a movie I had to watch for a film class. It's a very popular movie that's like out of sequence, and I completely forget the name. So I guess I won't credit it, but it was just a movie that was like out of order and whatnot. What is an ARG that took you the longest? Either Murder Project, which ended up being so complicated, or I don't know, actually. I genuinely have no idea. How long did it take you to build the Purgatory? I did use like World Edit, so it probably only took me like 3 hours, 4 hours, something like that. Was the queue up one thing actually thing, or was it made up again? It was made up again. I wanted to work into the video that the Minecraft seed I used was seed 1, because I think that's a really fun detail, like out of all the Minecraft seeds. So if you load up this, like if you ever type in the seed number 1, depending on the version you use, but most of them, you'll get this exact Minecraft world, which I think is cool. I also did that because I thought it'd be so cool if people like vaguely recognized this seed somehow, because I feel like if y'all, when y'all were kids, did you ever like just like type in a random number to the seed and do like 0 or 1? So I thought that was a cool thing. Do you know the actual order of the universe logs, like the log on, log off locations matching? I don't know if I have it written down, but I do because I recorded this ARG in chronological order. So I didn't record it in the order we just saw. I recorded it in order. So it 100% connects all the way around. So I don't have the full order, but vaguely. What other media / game would you do an ARG in if you had the ability? I don't think I would do another game. I would do a full normal ARG with like YouTube videos, like real life footage, and then like websites. I think like web games are a very cool way to do an ARG. Do you ever reuse the same world for different ARGs, whether they're connected or not? I don't reuse worlds. I will occasionally hide little connection things for fun. There will be times I use assets from a previous ARG in the next one. One of the profile pictures is something from the previous ARG. I don't remember which one. Can you give us another hint on the next video? There's been a couple in this live stream. I'll say that. So, would you ever consider collaborating with someone else for future ARGs? I would, yeah. Depends on who, but yeah. What character that you've written do you see yourself in the most? Fantastic question. I have no idea. It's Cash or Liam. It's one of the two recent. I think Liam. Liam from Anomaly 11, probably. Yeah. Okay, a couple more questions. Have you ever gotten inspiration from other ARG creators? Absolutely. Fun tidbit. Zemeth in his last video you posted, he put a teaser to his next ARG that I don't think will ever actually be made, which is so sad. And in that teaser, there's a flickering person, and that gave me the idea for the ghost ARG that I made, the Spectre, the world that, sorry, I punched you guys again, the world that hears you speak, or something like that. That unironically spawned my essentially first ARG thing, and it's obviously led us here. So who knows if I would still be making this content if I hadn't spawned that idea from Zemeth's video. So Universe was not based on Premonition. I will try to find the movie. It's like such a classic movie that is, it's a guy that keeps forgetting everything and it's out of order. Memento. It's Memento. But I think it's a good movie. I think I think Memento's a little overhyped, but I liked it and it gave me this idea. So, hey. So, okay. Couple more questions. I wanted the part 2 of Anomaly 11. I saw there were more victims. What is Anomaly 9? All will be answered when I eventually make a sequel. What is my favorite plushie that's behind me? The goat guy. I like the goat. Is this video going to turn into a shortened down video, or is it going to be deleted after? I'm not going to cut it down, I don't think, but the whole video will be up, and I'll put like markers so people can jump to specific videos and whatnot. Okay, last couple questions. Would I ever get into voice acting? Probably. I hate doing it for my own videos because I'm also narrating it, and it'll be obvious if I'm the one voice acting. What is a character I had most fun writing? Cash or... Yeah, Cash was fun. Or Liam. Honestly, those two most recent ones are honestly my favorite. Will I ever do a part 2 on other people's ARGs? Probably not. I don't think so. All right, last question. What number goes after K? And it is 11. So thank you guys for joining me on reminiscing through my many projects from this year. Cheers to a wild 2026 of other projects that will soon to occur. Yeah, it's been fun to go through all my videos and whatnot. So thank you for hanging out. I will see you guys maybe a year from now to watch all the videos that I posted in 2026. Crazy, 2026.